It's just like, okay, I don't know what to do. I mean, I'm a little overwhelmed when I first get here because it is a little overwhelming.
It is. So this is my 20th
Wow.
RSA Conference in the United States. My
Jeez.
20th, okay? We've been doing Broadcast Alley for 8 years. This is our 8th year in Broadcast Alley. Now, 1 year it was virtual because 21 and COVID, it was
Right.
virtual. And it's interesting to see what's changed and what hasn't changed. So for example, Broadcast Alley looks pretty much the same. Pretty much the same companies, actually. I think the Cube is newer slightly. But we've got basically the same media companies here, kind of in the same setup. This is familiar. But when you walk to Moscone, look at all the buildings, all the stores, all the vendors. They take over all the restaurants, all the things
Yes.
around. So RSA Conference now is not just Moscone. It's expanded
The whole Union
beyond.
Square area and even beyond that.
Yes.
Yeah. Because I remember last year was the first time I had been back to RSAC since the pandemic. And walking down from the other side up there where I was staying was like, wow, that building says CrowdStrike on it.
Yep.
And I was like, I didn't know they had a building over here. And then you like realize they just rented that building
rent
for
the
this.
building out, yeah.
So they're moving
Right.
all this stuff in for like 5 days.
Yeah.
And then I noticed there were buildings on every street. Yeah, like you said, every restaurant was like private. It's a little much, actually. I mean, it's just so crazy that it's so huge and there's so many people here.
Yeah. And obviously the expo hall won't open until this evening, so we won't get to see all the vendor signage, which will all be either autonomous, AI, agentic, or a combination of all three of those words, with a dash, either enabled, native, or I figure it out.
Or zero trust.
Oh, you think there's going to be a lot of zero trust this year?
I think so.
Okay.
I think that's still a big term. I mean, I know that that's a term that was a big term, but I do know I've got a bunch of interviews with people whose topics were around zero trust and things like that. And I think we'll see zero trust still here. I think, like you said, agentic AI is absolutely
Agentic
here.
will be everywhere. Autonomous, anything and everything.
Yeah,
You will see the word autonomous in front of all kinds of market segments.
I agree.
I think that word will. AI was around last year, but this concept of autonomous now, autonomous anything and everything.
Well,
I think we're going to see.
And I mean, a lot of these concepts are the same as they've always been. I mean, just to be fair, I mean, we get new words for a lot of stuff, but a lot of the things, I mean, there are new crazy landscape threats that did not exist, but there's a lot of the things I've seen being renamed down through the years into new terms because zero trust is one I always talk about because I didn't know that word when I first heard it. I didn't know what it meant. I was like, what do you mean by that? And then I was like, oh yeah, we've been worrying about that for a long time. I mean,
deny by default? Really? Wow. What a concept.
yeah. I mean, and all those kind of issues. But I do think, like you say, when they and understand it's not just the vendor floor; it's the multiple building of vendors.
Yeah.
And if you see them all, let me know. I'll put you on camera for that because last year I managed to see like a part of one. Mm-hmm. I literally went over and I went to the like startup section.
Yeah.
Because they're the desperate.
Well, they're the darlings too, but they are a little desperate.
No, but I mean, they're the like people that are like, please talk to me, please. And as opposed to when you go over to like CrowdStrike and they've got like, half this giant auditorium and they have all this fancy stuff. Not that that's bad, but it was kind of interesting to see. I like to see what new stuff people are trying to do.
Yeah.
And like I say, they're kind of fun because they're desperate. And they're, and sometimes their swag is like a book of matches or something.
I was telling Josh earlier, because this is Josh's first RSA conference, I think ever. Anyways, he's like, I got to go look at all the booths. I'm like, dude, if you're going to stop at all the booths, you need a day and a half. You're going to need at least 12 hours because you got to go from south, everything under the street, all the way back up to north. It's literally 3 different areas, and you need like a half a day in each area if you're going to stop and see.
And these are not small areas. Yeah.
No, they're huge.
Literally, I only had about, I think, an hour last year. I had a lot of interviews, and I literally went over there to this startup area, and by the time I found it, went up 3 floors to find it, and got there, I didn't have that much time, and I was just, I went through part of it, and I was like, okay, I have to go back. I have something else, but It is amazing. I think just about everybody's here. Everybody that may be somebody is here. Everybody that will no longer be somebody is probably here too. I mean, so you can, see all of that. I think it's quite amazing. It's definitely one of the biggest ones I've ever been to.
Yeah, it's absolutely massive. The scale of what you're going to see on the floor this week. And I always try to go around the edges, right? I know all the big players, right?
Yeah.
We all know who they are. They're all the front center booths, which is awesome. But if you go around the edges, you're going to find some really interesting stuff.
Yeah.
I always like to see where the new and upcoming stuff is. I do a lot of analyst briefings and different discussions with financial analysts. And one of the questions that was asked is, with AI, who gets disruptive? Who survives?
Mm-hmm.
That's a really interesting thing for us to think about when we walk on the floor this week is, how many of these vendors will be here in 3 to 5 years? And what other vendors and what spaces will they be in to kind of use this AI capability to go solve the next problem?
I was thinking of this last year when I was walking around over there. I was like, I wonder if you could take the modeling and you literally plotted all the vendors, where they were located,
and how they move over the
time,
years.
and you went from here to there, and now you're down over there. And I wondered if you could start projecting people's success and failure. I was like, this would be a crazy, statistical model.
Right.
Of you don't want to be in that spot when you're a startup. Those people never succeed. I mean, it's almost like superstition, but it is interesting, and I like this. I do like to see all the buzzwords, despite me making fun of them, because it is important. I think for what I do at school or at on these shows, to have the current vernacular.
Oh, absolutely.
And it's very interesting to see it evolve over time and to learn these words.
Yeah.
I mean, learning the word zero trust. And when, I knew exactly what it was when somebody told me what the term meant. I just, okay, what is that? Agentic AI. I was like, what does that mean? A couple of years ago when I first heard that word, I was like, and somebody said, oh, and I was, well, that was what I thought, but because, it's kind of obvious. But
it's kind of obvious in the word,
But I was like, I want to make sure you're telling me what I think you're telling me. Yeah. But I mean, you start to see where things are going from that. And that's really, I think, an advantage. But I do think if you have never come to these, it's probably worth coming, to see this. It's to see the circus at least once.
Yes. Yeah. Well, yes, and it's not contained just to Moscone. So people, you have to understand that Moscone is the center, but it rings out multiple city blocks all the way up towards Union Square of all the different restaurants and buildings that have been rented out by sponsors to get you to come hang out with them. Breakfast, lunches, happy hours, you name it, it's all around us.
And pretty much everybody you will see is here for this. So everybody at my hotel is for this. Everybody on my plane was coming to this.
Yeah.
And, it was like the person sitting next to me on the plane. I was like, I noticed that they had a CrowdStrike bag and some other swag. And I was like, oh, are you going to RSAC? And they're like, yeah, you? And I was like, well, yeah.
Almost the entire plane.
I told them, I know. I said, we
Dallas.
should stand up and say, is there anyone on this plane who is not going to RSAC? Because I figured that they all were, because we were the East Coast launch from coming this way. So.
Yeah, so I had a guy from CyberArk on the plane. He said, if you want CyberArk socks, come to the booth. It's the last time you're going to be able to get them because they got acquired by Palo Alto. So next year there'll be Palo Alto socks, not CyberArk
Okay, well,
socks.
I know where I'm going first.
So he told me, he said, if you need a pair of CyberArk socks, this is the last year you can get them.
I think my daughter has every company that ever gave away socks. Because I when I find something I know she'll like, that's the stuff I get. So, you guys, you have a lawyer running around wearing your socks, but so if this is the last pair of CyberArk socks. I definitely need to maybe go get those.
So the challenge for me is I got to replace CyberArk on the Security Weekly 25 index, and there's not another public company to fill the spot. So I might have to call it the Security Weekly 24 because there isn't a 25th pure play cybersecurity company right now to put into the index.
Wow.
I need Sneak or Illumio or OneTrust or all these guys that wanted to go IPO. I need somebody to go IPO.
I will tell you, somebody go IPO, so Matt didn't have to reduce it. That index is really cool. I like your index a lot. It
was interesting the last time I did it. I did the show a couple weeks ago. It aired President's Day. And we covered the divergence of the cybersecurity market from the NASDAQ. if you really want to see what's going on, we actually dug into individual stocks and the rotation and when the rotations out of cyber actually began. This was a great conference, don't get me wrong, but there's some really interesting dynamics going on in the public markets when it comes to how cyber stocks are kind of viewed compared to other stocks in the NASDAQ, i.e., the AI companies, right? NVIDIA and a lot open AI and all these other vendors, right? But we actually get into some of the big stocks that I've been tracking for almost 9 years now, and when they started to rotate out. So it's a really interesting segment for people that kind of want to know what's going on in the public market. But yeah, now that CyberArk deal's done, I'm kind of stuck on a Security Weekly 24.
Well, I think sorry for the financial interlude, but I think there is a delineation, to me, at least to me, between AI companies and cybersecurity companies. Just like there's a difference between that and tech companies.
Yes.
And I think that those graphs are very different
They
all
are.
the time. Yeah.
And you'll see those rotations out and the rotations into these other stocks. And again, if you're a cybersecurity company that's thinking about where's your exit point, right? Because that's part of the game of all these vendors. You got to understand, where's your exit? Is your exit a strategic acquisition by one of the big public companies, the Palo Altos, the CrowdStrikes of the world that buy a lot of companies? Is your pivot to go IPO? Well, what's the pressures of going IPO and how does that play into it? So there's a lot of dynamics.
Would somebody out there please give me some insider information so I can get rich? Because I'm never going to be able to do it through hard work like Matt. I mean, it's always going to have to be criminal activity. I don't really see another option on this. It's just like I need a way to parlay like my $75 in my checking account and my 17 old Subway tokens into a massive fortune. And Matt does have good advice on that, but it's really tough when Matt says, you should buy this. And I go, oh, I'm going to buy it. And it's like, oh, I don't have enough money to buy one share, but hey, let's do it. So,
I currently own 0 cybersecurity stocks.
listen to this.
Yep.
All his
That is
money's
true.
on other elite. Yes.
It's other stuff.
He's
It's
got a
another
warehouse
stuff.
full of stuff downtown.
It's another stuff for sure.
Okay.
I see you brought punch cards with you.
Oh, I did. Yeah, because I was thinking about this yesterday. And I was thinking about this is old school security right here. This is so I want to show this is what we call zero trust. I was like, really? Yeah, okay, I don't care. And this is an injection. So this is JCL, if you don't know what this is, and I wrote it in big letters so I could see it. This is basically a way you would inject an illegal job into the stack. So all you got to do if you want to hack somebody is you take this magic card and you stick it right here in the deck and you shuffle it around. Now, where's your card? And it'll run along with these. I even had, what did I write? I had one that I wrote that I really liked a lot. Oh, this one. This is a Star Trek one. So I don't know if you remember this, but there's an episode of Star Trek where Spock has to be real clever. And there's a demon in the computer. Like, it was the 60s. Everybody was high. What are you going to do? And Spock asked the computer to compute pi to the last digit, and I guess whoever wrote the original source code for the computer didn't bother to consider that might cause a little bit of a job overload.
It's an infinite loop? Yeah.
Infinite loop. I knew you'd say that.
Oh.
Look, prepped in advance right
Infinite
there.
loop.
A loop that points to itself, infinite loop. And this one in JCL would actually probably crash the whole system. So you get just one little statement and the whole place comes crashing down. So I don't know. I was just thinking of this yesterday because I saw these things laying on my table, and I was like, I ought to use these for something.
We'll see how many people actually know what those things are when they're.
Oh,
when
the
they're-
JCL, yeah.
No, just the fact
Oh, the
that
punch
you
card.
have punch cards.
Oh, I'm not. Now, let me tell you, there's a lot of JCL people out there who are probably going to go, Doug, that's not exact. Your JCL was slightly off. Was that for the 360 or was that for the? Yeah, I mean, and I'll probably get a bunch of hate for
Oh
it.
gosh.
You could actually cause massive insider problems just by punching a small hole in this card. But I can stop you because now you're done. Hackers determine they won't fit in my pocket anymore. I need a oh, no, they did. See, I can walk around like this like I used to do at the bank.
All right, folks. Now you see why you need to tune in the rest of the week. And we're just getting started here at RSAC 2026. We've got a full lineup of interviews coming your way throughout the week. Be sure to visit securityweekly.com/RSAC to catch up on all the coverage from this event. Stay with us. We'll be right back with our first interview.
Yay.
Welcome back to RSAC 2026. I'm Matt Alderman, your host. We're broadcasting live in Broadcast Alley here at the conference. Joining me today is Erich Kron. He's the CISO advisor at KnowBe4. Erich, welcome.
Well, it's great to be here.
So we're going to talk about phishing, the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah, yeah, indeed. This is unfortunately not a new topic, but it has been evolving, so we probably should talk about it.
So I've seen some really interesting enhancements on both the attacker side and the defender side, right? And I want to talk about that a little bit because, like I said, it's a gift that keeps on giving. We've seen attackers leveraging artificial intelligence to craft better and better phishing emails. Like, they're so realistic now.
Yeah.
That has to be a challenge in itself. So let's start there first, because it's hard to detect the misspelled phishing emails of the past, isn't it?
Yeah, those are pretty much gone. I mean, unless they want them to have that in there, they're pretty much no longer an issue. The interesting part is, for years, there were services on the dark web that you could actually hire out people to fix your grammar, spelling, and all that. Now they don't even have to do that anymore. And for me, I think what really gets me is the efficiency that they can work at now. Not just the fact that they're good phishing emails, but the efficiency is so much higher. It allows them to do a lot easier with less, right? Aren't we all after that, do more with less?
Yes, of course.
Right.
Now, on the defender side, I've also seen AI be used for better phishing campaign capabilities, right? But also on the detection side. So let's talk a little bit about kind of what we've done on the innovation side to better prepare ourselves for these new advances.
Yeah, so on the detection side, one of the things I really like is, the traditional secure email gateways and stuff. They tended to work on keywords, phrases, things like that, stuff that we already know, right? And we see that. But what's happened is we've seen a huge jump in polymorphic phishing. So almost every phishing email is customized a little bit differently, right? So big
with
jump
context
in that
I understand, that's maybe only specific to me.
Right, because they're able to generate that. So what do? Well, one of the things I love about what we're doing is we're looking at the context of the actual message coming in. So when you look at a context of a message and you say, is this asking you to perform an action? Well, that's a whole lot better than just trying to tag certain phrases or keywords or I'm a Nigerian prince, you know what I mean? All those things that were easy to catch. But by looking at the context and looking at what it is they're asking a person to do, it makes it a whole lot more effective to be able to catch those things, or at least flag them to say, this looks pretty darn suspicious.
Yeah. So look at the action requests and say, oh, they're requesting money, or they're requesting you to do this or that.
Right.
That potentially in itself is suspicious.
Exactly. Every one of those is going to have some sort of an action they're requesting you to do. There's going to be a call to action, and there's usually going to be some sort of urgency involved, right? Like, I don't know about you, I've never seen a phishing email that said, whenever you get around to it, like maybe later today or tomorrow, go ahead and wire the money out. It'll be fine, right? Now, we've never seen anything like that. So if you can clue into that kind of stuff, or even, in our case, having employees understand that and look at things that are asking you to do something, that helps a lot with catching these things.
So we don't stick to email now.
Yeah.
The attack is morphed.
Yeah. So what we're seeing right now is we're seeing, I think it was a 41% increase in attacks over like Teams in the last 6 months. And what's happening is a lot of times they're reaching out through those other platforms, Teams, WhatsApp, Slack, whatever. If they can get into it, boom. They're using those side channels to get people interested. Well, the other thing they're doing is starting off an email and then switching over to one of these other platforms to get people engaged in that point. And they'll use some interesting tactics to do that. Like, I don't know if you remember, a few years ago, there were actually TV commercials for like WhatsApp. And it was talking about end-to-end encryption and how secure it is. Well, if I'm a bad actor, what better thing do I do? Hoping somebody may have seen that to say, hey, we're going to go to this secure thing over here as opposed to email. And people not knowing will go, oh, that's a great idea, right? And so that's it's not a new tactic, but it's being used a whole lot more these days.
So how's the tactic work? Email's easy to get an email from any source.
Yeah.
Don't you have to be part of the Teams or the WhatsApp or the Slack platform to start these attacks?
Sometimes. I don't know if you use WhatsApp or not, but I am forever getting stuff hitting my WhatsApp number because it's associated to my phone number. So boom, I get hit by these WhatsApp things. And what I think is really interesting is how clever they're getting. They're using some of the tactics you see in like smishing, right?
Yeah.
The text message
Because
stuff.
it seems like almost like a smishing attack or a variation of a smishing attack. Right?
Exactly. It's going to be the same sort of thing where a lot of times it's just like, hey, how are you doing? Right? And what does that do? That gets you to engage with them.
Right.
Sometimes they'll say things, and people will oftentimes respond and say, not sure who you're trying to contact, but yada, yada, yada. And the attackers will respond with something along the lines of, well, I'm sorry, I got the wrong person, but you sound like a really nice person. Right? And then they get you involved in these things. They get you engaged in these things. It's the same across lots of different social media messaging platforms like that, but it works really, really well. And the other thing that's interesting about this is how sometimes they'll use an AI chatbot in the back end to basically set the hook, and then it hands off to an individual to continue down that road.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? I get a lot of these like, hi, or how are you? And I just know, being in the industry, I just ignore them, right? I block them, I mark them as spam, whatever. So I don't fall for those types of attacks. But every once in a while, I'll fill out a form online. I think this is an interesting kind of how do you protect against some of this? I fill out an online form, I get an email, or I get a text message. So I was just chatting the other day. I'm looking to put up a external garage, a detached garage. It was all AI chatbot. Yeah. Back and forth, right? Asking questions and using it to then hand off to somebody to schedule an appointment. That's interesting use of the technology, but could also be used to perpetrate an attack.
Absolutely. We saw that at DEF CON a couple of years ago. One of my colleagues and friends, Perry Carpenter, actually was part of the Social Engineering Village, and he used a combination of AI bots and tools to actually do the live phishing calls that they do. And all he did is hit go, and it fired back to an AI chatbot, which reached back to either Claude or ChatGPT, and then fed through 11 Labs for the voice. And it was actually calling people live and live phishing information out of them. I mean, this technology is fantastic. It's great on the good side. It's also great for the bad actors, too. There's not much we can do about that, right? The part that scares me is, especially in these alternative types of messaging platforms and things, what do you have your people do about it, right? Like, for example, phishing, we all see the button up there. Like, we have one called the Fish Alert button that we do for email phishing, right? Wonderful, great, awesome. What do we have for these other platforms? And it's very limited. So it's one of the cool things we're talking about here is at RSAC is we actually released a Fish Alert button for Teams, which I think is absolutely fantastic, and it's needed for all of these other platforms. So we're using them more and more for tools these days. So in our organizations, we need to have a way to protect people within those, especially when they're encrypted and we can't really necessarily look at the conversation.
That traffic, right. Yeah, I think that's the really challenging part from a defense perspective, right? We now have end-to-end encryption kind of pushed on us during COVID, right? If you think about it, right? COVID kind of forced us to use these platforms because we were all remote, but then we needed end-to-end encryption to secure the communications, but now that also creates a blind spot, because we can't inspect those communication channels like we could network traffic. So how do you defend against this, right? So I get it. An alert button it looks suspicious, great. Are there other techniques we can use, though, to figure out, this is where CISOs have a big challenge right now, right? Like, I've talked to CISOs, they're like, if you could solve the smishing SMS issue, like, oh my God, we'd buy it tomorrow. But it's not easy to solve because you can't control the starting point for these attacks. Like, they come. Will there be a way for us to kind of get in the middle of these communications? How would we approach some of this stuff? Because I see that being one of the biggest challenges here.
Yeah, it's a huge challenge. And it's been a challenge for a long time, if you think about it. Now, what I do like to see is there have been some moves forward by the carriers to help spot that.
Yeah.
You know, I use a certain carrier that
so if you
sometimes
trust
pops
them.
up and says, right, I mean,
Yeah,
they're not
yeah.
100%, but nothing we're doing is 100%. So when something comes up and says possible spam call, at least it's warning me
Right.
that something may be
Yeah.
amiss there. I think we're going to have to almost capture it at that level. Now, gone are the days where, I know I did this for a little while, I actually carried 2 phones. One was for business stuff, one was for personal. Nobody does that anymore. And
too hard.
unfortunately, it makes such a gray area because if let's say you're trying to inspect any incoming stuff with your MDM, well, what if it's a personal communication? What if it's, something like that? You have to be able to either end that immediately, or people are giving up a lot of privacy by doing that. And that's a challenge I think we're going to be facing for a long time. And it's one of the reasons I'm such a big proponent, honestly, of helping people learn and understand how these attacks work and being able to spot them, because we're the best at spotting things. I mean, the tools are great, even with the AI it's great, but humans, we have that extra sense that we go...
we've built a level of trust with some of these applications too, right? Like Teams is how I do my video calls, or Zoom, or I'm using Slack. Like I trust those tools because I use them in my day-to-day work. And so if I see something coming across there that is potentially malicious, you don't think about it quite the same way. You're like, wait a minute, that looks like a valid user. I use this all the time. Maybe this is legit. That gives us kind of a false sense of security as well, doesn't it?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I mean, there's an inherent trust in that. We haven't learned not to trust it yet.
Right.
It kind of brings me back to something I think is pretty funny that I've seen a number of times over the last couple of years, and that is going back to scams and attacks through postal mail. Right? We've learned, actually, it's the opposite, right? We used to get the Nigerian prince thing in the mail, you're like, whatever, you toss it, right? Exactly. But we learn to trust postal mail now as opposed to all the digital stuff. So when they send something that says, hey, here's a parking ticket because you were on the street during street cleaning time, right? And go pay this fine or whatever. People tend to trust that because it came in the mail.
Right.
So we've kind of flipped that around.
Well, all these
now.
toll scams, right? Like these toll scams were all over the place, right? And again, you get them, you're like, wait a minute. Yeah, that one's because I'm not in Colorado anymore.
Right.
And that was, right. But you have to think about that as you think about those types of attacks. Now you have these coming through channels you trust from a work perspective. That makes it harder to defend against some of this.
Yeah, and just like taking over an email account for an individual within an organization has always been extremely valuable for attackers. Now, if you take over some of these accounts, now you have access to their instant messaging stuff, which rolls right into it.
So this really becomes an account compromise. Get an internal account that looks real and legit. Now I can use these other channels, Teams, Slack, etc., to perpetrate these attacks. Yeah, that's a little interesting.
Yeah, it's one of the challenges I have. I love the idea of being able to use like Google as a login provider and things like that for all these cool tools. It's super helpful from that standpoint. It helps reduce the number of passwords and things. But the flip side to that is if that account is ever compromised,
it has access to all that
everything.
Stuff.
Exactly.
Yes. That's the crazy part.
Yeah.
So outside of the new button for Teams, what should customers be doing to help put some protection mechanisms in place to prevent some of these attacks?
Yeah, I mean, filters are great for email. It just is. I mean, we got to have them, right? Last stat I saw, there were like 6.4 billion fake emails sent out every day. Now, some of that is, extended car warranty, stuff like that. They're not all phishing attacks in there, but the sheer volume of that is there. And in my opinion, we have to employ AI to be able to defend against these AI things.
Yeah.
It's just too much, too fast.
Yeah.
We cannot have people doing that.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Like, we're never going to keep up with the volume.
No, and it's getting worse and worse. So in order for us to keep up with the processing times, things like that, we have to employ some of these AI agents to be looking at this stuff, keep an eye on it. But then you also have to worry about agents. Let's be honest, right? I mean, AI is not perfect,
right?
Okay, we're seeing the stories with things like OpenClaw, and the things that has done, like going into an email account and just wiping it all out, and you're going, stop, and it's like, oh, sorry, I ignored you.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah.
it happens. So we got to be kind of watching what's going on with that. As we need these agents, we need a way to secure these agents in one way or another. And I think that's going to be something organizations really have to look for. And we just can't necessarily be competitive in business anymore without using AI tools. And agents, to me, are the next big thing we're going to see in the next year or two.
Yeah, we're going to see them all around the conference this week as well.
Yeah, they're already happening, so.
Erich, thank you for joining us today. To learn more about KnowBe4, please visit securityweekly.com/KnowBe4 RSAC. For full RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Stick around. We'll be back with another interview. Welcome back to RSAC 2026. I'm your host, Matt Alderman, broadcasting live here at Broadcast Alley in Moscone West. Joining me today is Tim Morris, Chief Security Advisor at Tanium. Good to see you in person. We just spoke 3 weeks ago?
Yeah, 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, on the podcast.
I love that interview, enjoy the opportunity. So yes, very nice to meet you in person.
Yes, it's great. We don't always get to do that, but
Right.
This one just happened to work out.
Right.
I pulled the long straw. I got your interview.
No, thank you.
Autonomous.
Yes.
So when we opened the conference earlier this morning, one of the things I predicted is, yes, we'll see AI everywhere. We'll say agentic, but
Correct.
I think the term that a lot of people are going to be talking about this week here is about autonomous.
Correct.
What does autonomous mean to you and to Tanium? How do you define autonomous?
So first I want to back up. So autonomous gets to a level of maturity. So we've been working in an age where we're very reactive, and we built systems to get more proactive. But still we're stuck in this see it, react to it, and then we get to a proactive mode. Then we want to get to, once you get proactive, like I know it's going to happen, you get to preventative where I'm going to prevent it from happening.
Right.
And then at some point you get to a maturity level where you are building systems that are autonomous, meaning they can make decisions on their own. Still you want human intelligence and human in the loop, but these paths have been so worn, between do I do pass A, B, or C, that you get to a point of autonomous where this utopia we used to have years ago, at least I did, maybe I was just dumb and naive, that self-diagnosis and self-repair can actually get to the point where that happens. And so right now, so many of the problems we deal with are just getting from that, reactive to proactive. We build entire programs to move from step 1 to step 2, reactive to proactive. The problem I've seen, and one of the reasons I've joined Tanium, I've known about the platform and product for decade and a half now, almost 2 decades, I'll get in that in a minute, is that there is a step 0, and that's visibility. It's like you have to be able to trust the data to get to this point of what's called trusted automation, that when you get to trusted automation, then you can move into the autonomous way. So we're still stuck in this reactive, proactive. Some people might get to preventative, get those CMM levels, but to get to autonomous, you're not only preventing it, but you're actually kind of predicting, knowing what's happening, and putting up an environment that it can't happen. It's going to behave the way it is, but know exactly how to handle it when things don't go the way they're intended.
So does that mean we need to approach the concept of autonomous differently than we've attempted to do from detection, reactive to proactive? Do we have to think about this differently?
You absolutely have to think about it differently. I've been talking to organizations, and the fault I see is people forget the foundation. They want to go automate everything and get to autonomous, but they're still working in these 30-year-old, 20-year-old systems. Mm-hmm. And they're still using data across different groups, across fragmented tools, and that data is stale and old. So this group, one group sending, data to another group. To get to autonomous, if you don't fix that foundational problem, like real-time visibility and knowing exactly that I can trust the data, because if I can't trust the data, I can't trust the outcome.
You can't automate anything off of it.
Nothing.
Right.
And I've not seen a cybersecurity program, an IT operations program, a GRC program that works. It's basically impossible if you don't have accurate data that you can trust. I always say that governance is, without visibility is just, it's impossible. You can have governance, it can be dangerous if you don't, have the visibility.
Right.
But it actually flat out gets impossible if you're not doing it.
Right.
So.
Visibility has been a challenge in this industry for the almost 30 years I've been in it, right? We are bad at understanding our asset inventory. We're horrible at it. We don't know what systems are out there. We don't know what software is running on them. We have a huge blind spot that we have not solved for very well as an industry. And I know Tanium's done some interesting stuff, so we'll get there in a second. So all these vendors that are out here talking about autonomous, they're never going to get to nirvana unless we go fix this underlying issue that we have, which is we don't know what we have.
Yeah, we don't know. I mean, if you look at NIST 101, 102, what devices are on your network? What's running on those devices?
Yes.
Because you can't get a patch program, a vulnerability management. You can't even manage identities if you don't know where things are at and who's doing what. So what we have done as an industry is, and I've witnessed this firsthand, it's where, say, security is trying to do, the preventative stuff, like threat hunting.
Right.
They're doing the reactive stuff, like incident response. But when they go to do it, the data they have, they can't trust it. And so you will have entire organizations. This is beyond like shadow IT. They'll actually go build systems because they can't trust what's in the CMDB.
Yeah.
And so we'll just collect it ourselves, so we do that. So we've splintered or fragmented organizations who don't trust data from the other organizations, so they go build their own, data pool. And so that's how we've ended up here with all this fragmentation, because everybody's operating, from their own set of tools that they're trying to do. And that is, I call it 12 years of whack-a-mole. So even though I was an IT ops guy doing software packaging, I got pulled into every malware outbreak. And malware outbreaks are very reactive. It's like, okay, what controls did it disable? Where did it move to? And we just could not move fast enough to get in front of it, because the tool we would use for our visibility was the tool the attacker, the malware, would take out first, your EDR or your next gen AV, back, what you called it back in those days. And again, they're heuristic based, they're behavioral based, they're trying to figure that. To get to the next level, you've got to be able to get what I call the first mile of incident response, is threat hunt, and the last mile, the left of boom and right of boom, that kind of stuff, is you have to have a holistic view of your entire estate to know, because it changes how you pivot an investigation, how you pivot a threat hunt. And if you get really good at that kind of crisis management, if you can manage in chaos, which I don't want to take a badge of honor for that, but the gray hair didn't come by accident. When you get really, that's how I ended up in cyber. Like, okay, you actually can figure out where the malware is. You can do the dynamic analysis and figure it. I never liked doing static analysis, but anyway, you can figure that out. So once you come over to cybersecurity and just kind of manage all the endpoints. So again, when I got over there, I was surprised. I thought they had all the biggest and best tools, but they didn't. They were relying on this fragmented tool for their eyes,
right,
or this group over here for their eyes. And by the way, when they go to get that data, they didn't have direct access to it. So it was always reconciling spreadsheets and that kind of stuff. But
Yes.
You're right. You set up the problem correctly, is that everybody goes and attacks their problem, but their problem, we always talk about silos. Sometimes it's even within the silo. We get so fragmented and nobody's working off the same data set or the same platform to be able to get to some form of unification, which you have to get there before you can get to any level of maturity.
Yeah. So I want to kind of double click on that for a second, because one of the things that I've seen agentic AI start to do is to start to bring these disparate data sources together.
Correct.
Right? So we have this kind of mentality of, we got to centralize all the data. We got to build a big data lake with all this data. We don't necessarily need to do that, I think.
No.
Right? I think agentic can be used as a way to bridge the gap of some of these disparate systems.
Right.
And because I've said this for years, I'm going to say it again, we don't have a data problem. We have a context problem.
Correct.
Right? The context problem is starting to get solved with agentic AI a little bit, where these agents can go, I have this data, hey, what do you have? Oh, and give me that enriched data back. Oh, now I've got this data and this data. What else do I need to make a decision on this? This is where agentic gets really interesting. And I think if we figure out that foundation, Tim, right, of how these agentic AI capabilities bridge some of these challenges we have from an asset inventory, et cetera, now I'm building the foundation to get me to the state where I can be autonomous. But that is a series of steps. We're not quite there yet.
Correct. I want to back up just to give you kind of a genesis story. Like, why did I even end up at Tanium to begin with? I remember I was part of Wachovia Bank. We were doing a merger acquisition. We did a lot of these back in 2005, and I met the founders who had built BigFix at the time.
Yeah.
And I saw BigFix, and I was actually impressed. It was faster than, it wasn't called SCCM at that time. But anyway, the way they were tackling the problem was a little bit different, and it was a little faster. However, at that time, it was still suffering from the same architectural problem that we have when we look at data lakes. It's all a hub and spoke model.
Right.
So yes, AI will help you analyze that data, but again, you're analyzing data at a point in time that you had to make some telemetry decision, some age-based decision, like how much of this data am I going to send to the lake, and then how long is it going to take? In my environment, over 500,000 endpoints, just to scan all the IP addresses, there's over 1 million of those, it could take a week, and that's if you're doing it really, really fast.
Right.
Not forget something happens and now you got to go focus on, say, publicly accessible stuff, so you delay the thing. So anyway, when they sold the Hindawi father and son team sold that, they went into this incubation period. And they wanted to solve that, I call it the curvature of the earth problem. This hub and spoke architecture problem was not going to work for what they wanted to do. Because instead of taking 15 minutes to do something, it should take 15 seconds to do something. So they went out, they hired a developer who fixed a networking protocol for multiplayer games. So instead of, you can't, over old modems like you and I used to have, you can't send the whole theater, you got to just send the player the movement. Did that, and then they got somebody else that could do the natural language parser, because one of the dings about Big Fix was learning that relevance language. Nobody wanted to learn another language. Fast forward. So what happens is now you've got this super fast protocol that can do exactly what you described, where these agents, the endpoints themselves, which by the way are intelligent, we look at them as dumb. We treat them like dumb terminals, from the 70s or 80s, but they're not. They're super intelligent. They know exactly their state, from cradle to grave. They know exactly where they're at any given time, and they can feed that to whatever orchestration system you have. So what Tanium capitalized on was, hey, with real-time data and the agentic part, you can do self-diagnosis and self-repair. However, when I saw that, 2009, 10, they didn't make a cool product until 2012. I got it in 2013. We weren't ready. I mean, there's no way I want computers in a data center just negotiating.
To be self-healing,
Self-healing. But now, fast forward again 15 years, and we're in this situation, as Mark Andreessen calls it, he said this last year, there are two types of companies. There are true AI companies that are really talking about how we do things completely different. And then there are 6 bullet AI companies. They did these 5 things, and now they just add the 6th bullet. So with Tanium, I always feel privileged to be there at that genesis, because it was built as an AI company from the very beginning, almost 20 years ago. And so to get to that agentic part, that's where we're at now, is now that we can manage workflows, but the agents themselves can negotiate and know. I mean, we're already doing it with communication. Like, hey, what do you need to know about me? I'll put it there. Or I can help my neighbor out as far as file distributions. I need this content, I need this configuration or whatever. All of that is there now. It's just now we've hit this perfect intersection that couldn't happen if you didn't have the real-time visit. And when I say real-time, I mean real-time, like the Notepad++ come in. Every vulnerability scanner, including our own, takes a while to get an ID. SLAs may say 24, 72 hours. For what I call celebrity vulns, it might take 2 hours. But when you can look at your entire environment and within 15 seconds know exactly where it's at and then immediately remediate, that's the difference. Now, the next step is to move that into the agents, where I just tell, because unlike humans who solve problems, if say Billy makes a mistake, then we have to do the post-mortem and we go figure out what that mistake is, and then we have to disseminate that knowledge to everything else. Well, in the agentic, just as well as we can get stuff and we remediate stuff, we can train and validate just as fast.
So basically, Tanium has built a distributed AI agent workforce in some respects, right? They got rid of the hub and spoke. That was always one of the really interesting things about Tanium, right? It was kind of like a point-to-point communication protocol, right? But that now creates this really interesting architecture where I have a distributed agentic AI workforce sitting on my endpoint that can give me real-time data at any given time without the need to push all this stuff to a data lake. Now the next step will be to get to truly autonomous is to allow those agents to communicate with other potential agents to actually start to make the autonomous actions work.
That is really what's exciting now. Some of the integrations we have done with Microsoft, Defender and SentinelOne, what we have done with ServiceNow, like the Now Assist agent, I'd see where we're leapfrogging chatbots. So chatbots actually...
I've never been a fan
Nobody's
of
not a
the
fan.
chatbots.
But however, if you have an orchestration agent that says, hey, well, first of all, you got the brain, like the orchestration of the workflow you have, whatever that is. If it's in patching, vulnerability scanning, whatever. And the agent just says, hey, this happens, okay, kick off this workflow. And so it's the eyes, I need to do this. The orchestration is still the brain, say, okay, this is what you need to do. And then the remediation part is the hands and feet. So that's where Tanium has fit in beautifully. I see a time where I mean, I love the Tanium console, but people don't have to spend much time in it because the agents themselves
Yeah.
that distribute, I like to refer to it as one of our CISO refers to it as a server negotiated linear chain, because even though they're agents and they can think on their own, they're only doing it based upon instructions they're getting from the server.
Right.
So the secret sauce is like, you take your laptop away, and now your office is Starbucks. It kind of knows where that is. But if you're in a corporate campus environment, it knows where all its neighbors are, and it does all that. But those agents talk, but you're right. Now the point is not just Tanium talking to Tanium, but Tanium talking to other things to see that.
Yeah, that's a nirvana.
Yeah.
That's how we get there.
Right.
Tim, thank you so much for joining us today. To learn more about Tanium, please visit securityweekly.com/Tanium RSAC. For full RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Stick around. We'll be back with more interviews after the break.
Welcome to RSAC 2026. I'm Josh Marpet. Joining me today is Ron Racine, Chief Strategy Officer at Silverfort. Ron, thanks for being here.
Pleasure to be here.
So Ron, tell me about Silverfort. What does Silverfort do? Give me an overview if you don't mind.
Sure. Well, Silverfort is an identity security company.
Okay.
You might ask, why do you need an identity security company? Because identity management solutions were created and each of them live in their own silo, right? So you have cloud identity providers, you have your identity on-prem, you have identity built into SaaS applications, into cloud infrastructure. And Silverfort is about unifying that in a unified layer of security controls. So we're not about managing your identities, but we're about giving an overlay of security. We secure identities that are on-premise, we secure identities that are cloud native, we secure human identities, obviously. We secure non-human identities like service accounts and even AI agents. So we really take the whole identity security cycle, and that's what we're about.
I've got to ask you. So you said you secure human identities, service accounts, like old school service accounts, right?
Old and new, yeah.
Old and new. Non-human identity, which used to be service accounts, now it's service account plus AI.
Yeah.
And you do AI and agentic AI as well, as I understand it.
Yeah.
Okay. What are the challenges of those different sort of categories? What's the difference? What's so special about these things?
Yeah, that's a great question. Well, the first thing is they're extremely siloed. So you have the human identity spread across different silos, and you have agentic identity and also in different silos and non-human identity. And I think if you look at non-human identities and agentic identity, first of all, it's the sprawl. So you have a good grasp of who are the humans that work for you. You should, right?
You got to pay them. You
got to pay them. You go to the HR system. It's there.
One hopes.
That's a problem, but
unless you fix the glitch.
Yeah.
You know?
But then when you look into non-human identities, it's really hard to understand what you have when you look at AI agents that are being spun up by dev teams, and now you're trying to help your employees adopt AI. You don't know what you have. So the first problem there is just visibility into identities.
Yes, inventorying the identities.
Yeah. So that's the very, very basic, and that's something that I think a lot are attempting to do. Then Silverfort's approach is, I think, fairly unique because we're all about the runtime access control. Everything we do for humans, for AI, we're all about finding the problem, highlighting it, but also enforcing control because that's absolutely necessary with the scale of AI. Just highlighting problems isn't enough anymore.
When you say enforcing control, talk to me about that, if you don't mind.
Okay. We can touch on, you mentioned for humans, the controls are obvious. You can stop a human authentication, prompt for MFA. These are controls that we're used to. But what do you do for let's say, service accounts or non-human identities? It's a different
harder.
story.
Yeah, what do you do?
So if we take service accounts, for example, non-human identities, we detect what they're doing in the network, and then we can what we call virtual fencing. So instead of like a legacy approach that vaults them or tries to store them somewhere securely and then messes around with rotating them, you love that. We're all about creating virtual fences that limit what the accounts can do only to what they need to do. It's kind of a zero standing privilege or a least privilege approach.
It's least privilege. The same thing we do with humans. It's exactly the same thing we do with humans.
But the twist is for non-human identities with AI agents, it even expands more because now you have agentic systems that usually are way overprivileged.
Just a little bit, yeah.
A little bit. You ask why? Because the easiest privileges to give an agent you just created is your own.
Yeah.
What identity does a developer have in hand? His own. And we'll fix it later, right? Which never happens.
Well, what we find is that we find AI carrying the credentials of the user with them to do things.
Exactly.
And nobody's really doing very well with that in terms of distinguishing the AI's credentials and authorizations and the user's credentials and authorizations.
Spot on.
Is that something that Silverfort does?
Absolutely. So the first thing is to understand AI agents are much more complex because, first of all, there's the human interacting with them and his credentials that he could allow the agent to work on behalf of him. But also, agentic systems, to be useful, they have a huge set of accounts they're using. So I think there's the AI agent, that's the obvious suspect. But then to connect to various apps, to connect to Box, to Salesforce, it needs additional tokens or service accounts or non-human identities to interact.
Right.
So if you think of the agent walking around, he has a big keychain on his hip. You think of a janitor with a keychain.
I love that image.
You see an agent walking around, robot, and there's that keychain. Now those keys, you have to understand what they can do, what are they privileged to do, what they're actually being used for, and that's key. So we map out the whole agentic system. That's why we see this as an identity security problem, because you really need to understand all of these various accounts, what they can do. But then it's not only about understanding. So we understand, we discover, we have the full identity context. We believe the best point for access control, you need the full context to enforce real-time controls.
Runtime controls.
Runtime controls, because you could a lot of approaches are what we call admin time approaches. We'll send you a recommendation. Listen, Mr. Admin, you need to remove some privileges.
Right.
And that's okay, but the scale that AI is happening now, the sprawl is huge. There's no realistic way to chase things at admin time. You have to get in line and get runtime controls in place to immediately solve problems.
I could not agree more, because admins work at human speed. AI works at machine speed. There's no way to make the two of them sync up properly unless you do it in advance. And most companies just aren't doing it in advance.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. So, okay, so you've got this way to do this for my company, my enterprise, my organization, on-prem, in the cloud, wherever we're doing it, okay? Let me ask you, and this is a tough one, I apologize, but I've got to ask, how about of all of the third parties that I deal with that have AI, because every SaaS app has AI now.
Yeah.
Do you have any control or inventory or visibility into those third parties?
Absolutely. So first of all, the visibility we collect from all the vendors, you have to have those connectors into the different providers to give full visibility. That's the first and foremost. But then we take it a step further. We work with these providers, providers like the agentic building platforms, like the hyperscalers, Google and Microsoft Copilot Studio, their agent building platform, Microsoft Foundry, Google Vertex AI, Amazon Bedrock Agent Core. We integrate into all of these platforms to enforce runtime access controls by partnering with those platforms, and that's the key, to allow runtime access through the platforms. And we also have our MCP gateway for people to bring their own agents and onboard them there. So we really try to have a very broad control plane.
So, okay, out of the AI builder platforms that you mentioned, Copilot Studio, for example, I mean, how integrated are you with them? Like how does it work?
So we're integrated very deeply, and the idea is we are able to enforce any agent that's built within, let's say, Copilot. So we're able to enforce runtime access control and what it's doing. Now, that moves the control from the agent builder, which could be an employee or someone in IT or a developer, to the security teams, because you can't trust each and every developer to have the right controls in place. You have to have that centralized...
Trusting a developer? What, are you crazy?
No,
nothing against developers, but they're there to develop, not to secure. Yeah. We need to secure it at the speed that it works.
Exactly.
So, okay, yeah.
So the move fast and break things concept that developers like pioneering, someone needs to...
Yeah, no, it doesn't work for us security people. So, okay, and you mentioned something earlier. You said Copilot Studio, you have an integration with. And I want to pinpoint that specific platform. How good is your integration? Like if I have a Copilot Studio account, okay, to build chatbots for my company or whatever, and a lot of companies do, what can you do for me? Is it just simply turn a switch and all of a sudden you're in there as well? Yeah,
so it's a native integration. We partnered with Microsoft to build it, so it's obviously very, very, very close partnership.
That's new. That's not something you have out right now.
Well, it's an announce coming up soon, yeah.
But, hey, you heard it here first, everybody. Okay.
Yeah, but it's already available for our customers, and what we essentially do is it's a quick setup in Copilot, and then obviously we discover all the agents you have in Copilot, and then you can create policies that control what those agents can do, and then again, that security, the IAM team has that control over their agents that are being continuously built.
Policy-based control over runtime management of agent privileges, AI, service account, agent, all of the above privileges, right?
Exactly.
It's going to allow me to set not just, you were bad in post the problem, but pre the problem, this is what you're allowed to do. Now let's talk about during a problem. I didn't set a policy properly, an agent goes, let me see what I can do that. You're also catching that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think what happens a lot is agents are created with that much permissions and they actually need this much. It's classic. You have think of an agent, working with your SharePoint or your Drive or Box.
Absolutely.
Or you choose your file storage system. If you give it your permissions, it can, and you probably need it for collecting data and giving you insights about the data you have. Why should it have your permissions, and why should it be able to delete files, to edit files? It only needs read.
Exactly, and nobody's. Thank you. Okay, keep going.
Nobody's limiting it down, right? So you
right.
have that much permissions where all you need is much lower level of permissions, and that's what will help organizations do.
Okay, so you're able to set the policies, catch it at runtime, and then how's your reporting? Because this is a big one, is reporting to the boards on what permissions and abilities our AI has.
Absolutely. So first of all, we solve the problem. We're not the reporting
Not a
is a
small
retrospect.
thing.
So first
Not
of all,
a small thing, yeah.
And then the next thing is really to surface how things were set up in an overprivileged manner. And since we see everything in runtime, we can recommend and report saying, this is the amount of overprivilege you put in place. Go ahead and fix it in the long run. Okay.
So you educate the developers on how to do it properly.
And build it into the process and life cycle.
That's the thing. Sorry, I'm a big fan of education. If you don't tell the developer what they're doing wrong, they're not going to fix it the next time around.
Exactly.
So you're telling them what's wrong, and you're adding it to the process and the life cycle.
Exactly. So so agents are born secure. That's what we like calling it.
Exactly. There's no need. It's not being rude to them. It's just this is what you're allowed to do because that's what your job is. Same thing we do to humans. Let's be clear. It's exactly the same thing we do to humans. This is your job. Don't try and step out because we're going to go naughty, bad. Right?
Exactly.
Okay. So it's very, very valid stuff. So you're really treating AI and service accounts almost as if they're human. I'm not saying you're feeding them coffee or whatever, but that would probably be bad. But you're treating them like we treat human employees.
I think we're trying to learn a lot of the things that were difficult with human lifecycle management and trying to improve it. And so all the concepts that worked for humans, we need to look to the past, look at all the pitfalls we had as security organizations with humans, and understand how they'll even be harder to maintain with agents. And bring something new to the table, because or else we'll do the same mistakes like we did before. I spoke with a large bank a few days ago, and they said, listen, we have this idea. We're worried about agents having human identity, so the idea that's now being floated around in the bank, that will create an additional identity for each human that will be his agent account, his agent identity. And I told them, listen.
Like a digital twin. But in an identity set.
Yeah, but I told them, listen, you did that with admins, remember? Years ago, you created a lot of admin accounts.
Yeah, you have your user account and your admin account.
Your admin account. And then you realized you need a lot of admin accounts. So each admin account is used only for what it needs to do. So why, and that was a huge sprawl, and it's hard to maintain.
Yeah, that's why we came out with PAM years ago, yeah.
Do we really want to make the same mistake with everyone having another agent account? Maybe that's not the right approach. Maybe we need just enough, just in time privileges.
These are the privileges you're allowed to delegate to an AI. You're not allowed to, except by exception, you're not allowed to delegate other privileges that you as the human may have, but the AI shouldn't.
Exactly.
Oh, nicely done.
Yeah.
Nicely done. Actually, I really like that. Digital twins? The idea of replicating a physical object in the digital world so you can keep track of what's going on. Hardware bill of materials, software bill of materials type stuff. You're really doing the exact same thing for identity. It's like an identity digital twin.
We're trying to surface, I'd say, what the potential agent can do, what the agent can do potentially, and then reducing to what it actually needs. So I'd say we're handling it at not at a theoretical level, but at the actual runtime
pragmatic level. Yeah, to do it when it matters, when it's actually doing stuff.
Exactly.
Oh, I like that. I like
Thank
that.
you.
I like that. No, but that's being pragmatic. We can allow agents to do things. They do it on behalf of users, but the problem is agents have been holding user credentials way too much. And so Silverford is solving this both at the inventory, at the runtime, and at the policy planning stage.
Exactly.
Am I correct?
100%.
Okay, so there's a few companies trying to do this. Do me a favor. There's a horrible question.
Yeah.
What's special about Silverford?
So that's a great question. So at Silverford, what I think is extremely special is we look at this from the identity angle. We believe that there's so much different accounts and identities involved here that you have to have a broad understanding of the identity world. So that's one side that we do special. There's specialized AI security vendors. They look at prompt injection and guardrails and the content. We're about the identity side. So that's one thing that we do special. And we have a very broad identity context.
Right.
The second thing that I think is very unique, and a lot of more legacy identity players don't look at it this way, is we're all about runtime enforcement. So when you combine the identity context with actual runtime enforcement, that's where we are very unique, because we have the broadest context to do great runtime enforcement, which there's other players advocating for runtime enforcement, but they don't have the full context.
Ron, thanks for joining us today. To learn more about Silverfort, please visit securityweekly.com/SilverfortRSAC. And for full RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Stick around, we'll be back after the break. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to RSAC 2026. I'm Joshua Marpet. Joining me today is Camelia Chan, Cam, co-founder and CEO at XFi. Thanks for being here, Cam.
Thank
so,
you.
I've got a lot of questions for you, okay? Do me a favor, let's start off with the basics. What is XFi? What do you do? What's your product?
So XFi, we are the hardware-based cybersecurity solutions. And today, when you talk about cybersecurity, everybody will perceive it in software,
Yeah.
right? So we are trying to address the biggest gap today, which is the zero-day attack, as well as, human error. Because software-based solutions rely a lot, heavily relying on a lot of humans for the constant updating. Yeah. So we are trying to address from the hardware, because hardware will be able to direct intercepting with the threats, so that we don't rely on the database kind of approach.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're using a hardware solution against zero-day attacks and human error, as you
Yes.
mentioned, because
Yeah.
humans are, as you know, the old joke is humans are the weakest link.
Yeah.
So you're really working to have a hardware. Now, how does the hardware notice a zero-day attack?
Okay, so basically we have two solutions. One is an endpoint that we are leveraging the solid state drive, and then we embed the AI right into the SSD itself. So it's kind of like a closed environment. When there's a read-write behavior that fall into anomalous kind of behavior, because, for example, like when it comes to ransomware, there's a lot of reading activities, writing activities.
Absolutely, yeah.
So from the hardware layer, you can't escape that, because we will be continue monitoring the read-write activities. So that is
Okay.
a part for the endpoint. But as for server solutions, because server, we have a server defender, XFi server defender.
And that's a piece of hardware, you said.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So we built from a scratch. So for this server defender, it's kind of like we are trying to build a totally independent environment to monitor the whole infrastructures of the server, to monitor the activities from the upper layers, from application layer down to the physical layer. We monitor the 7 layers simultaneously, because
The OSI model, 7 layers of the OSI model. Perfect.
correct,
Okay.
yeah. So because we are able to monitor activities from an independent environment, which is totally out of the, you look at software solution, they are actually sitting on the same plane as the operating system.
Right.
Yeah. So security and the attacker, they are all in the same environment, the operating system. So security measure can be easily turned off by then.
If it's software, then other software can turn off the software.
Yes,
That's what you're
exactly.
saying, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So now we are trying to run totally independent out from the OS.
Oh, so you have that hardware appliance. Now,
Yeah.
in the endpoint, if I heard you correctly, it's built it. You sort of build it into the SSD.
Yes.
So the SSD is now watching for weirdness,
Yeah.
unusual, anomalous behavior.
Yeah.
But for servers, you have another piece of like an appliance.
Yes, we have another hardware appliances that
Okay.
leveraging the software, firmware, and hardware all together.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. So this, and there's an AI. You mentioned this, and I want to drill on that a little bit. So you've got in the SSD and the endpoint, you literally are putting an AI in there to watch for anomalies, which I
Yeah.
totally love, because AIs are great at finding anomalies,
Yeah.
or discerning anomalies, seeing anomalies.
Yeah.
And in the hardware appliance, you also have an AI living there, right?
Yeah.
Now, how does the AI? Is the AI using MCP servers to interact with the servers that it's the AI in the appliance? Is it using MCP to interact with the server, or is it just watching the physical network traffic?
Okay, so our approach here, because MCP is become very common standard protocol
Absolutely.
today, especially the agentic AI is so popular today. So we are trying to leverage on the SSD by having the very unique identity that is built inside the SSD
Nice.
firmware level. So
Oh,
you
at the
can't
firmware level.
correct, yeah.
Oh.
So the identity will not be copied out or stolen, because it's built inside the firmware, whereby the user will not have any chances to direct access to the firmware.
Right,
Yeah.
it's below the level that the user can touch.
Yeah, and besides that, because the only protocol that we allow for the SSD is a PCIe NVMe protocol. So basically,
Okay.
PCIe NVMe is passing or processing the data, which is read and write commands.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's doing it at the native read and write commands.
Yes.
It's not watching the stream of data, it's watching the commands to read and write that data.
Yes, exactly.
Again, below the level that
Yeah.
the users and software
Yeah.
can access.
Yes.
That makes so much sense. Okay, I like that. So then, one of the things I was asked to talk about with you is MCP.
Yeah.
Now, for beginners out there, can you explain MCP? Would that be okay?
Okay, yeah. So you think of MCP is like a USB for AI. It is just a
Oh, I like that. I'm stealing that. I like that a lot.
Yeah, so it is just a standard that connect the AI agent directly to the enterprise system like a CRM, tools, database. And before MCP, everything was custom integration.
Yeah.
And now with just one connection, it gives you the access to everything. And that is where it is become very powerful, but also very risky at the same time.
Why risky?
Because once it's connected, the AI doesn't just talk anymore. Like in the past, you ask AI for the questions, but now with an MCP, it acts. It completes the whole task.
It can actually act on the information given, not just ask for
Yeah.
information.
Correct. So
Okay.
it can query data, create the records, even trigger the workflow. So the more system it connect to the big, connected to online, the bigger the impact if something goes wrong.
Okay, so MCP, I love this, USB for AI. I am so totally stealing that. That's beautiful, I love that. So the MCP connects the AI into the system, but at an actionable level. And with that action comes danger. It can do things that I may not want it to do.
Yeah.
Now, but you're at a hardware level. Are you watching these MCP systems? Is that why we're talking about MCPs? Talk to me about what your system, what XFi does with MCP servers, systems.
As I shared earlier on, because we are trying to build so-called the uncompromised or elevated identity and to build a strong foundation. With that, we consider as the first layer foundation. Okay. Then we allow the software to be able to build on top of our solution. So you will not just rely on the software for continue monitoring the tool change activities or data requests or even configuration change, so on and so forth. So when there is anything that looks suspicious, it will not be just logging to the software, but it will escalate to the hardware. And in certain cases, when there is a prompt injections that causing ransomware or people are trying to clone away your data whatsoever,
right.
Then it will even escalate to the hardware and trigger the lockdown system. Immediately cut off all the activities.
Oh, because you're already at the firmware level.
Yes.
You can actuate, shut it down, don't let them write, don't let them read,
yes.
Stop it right now.
Yeah.
You can break that chain of the commands going to the PCB basically on the hard drive.
The storage.
On the storage, yeah, on the NVMe,
yeah, because
on the
your
SSD,
most
whatever.
precious data is stored right inside the storage device.
Of course.
Yeah.
And it's not in use encrypted, so we can't stop it unless we can actually stop the commands from
yes.
executing.
Yeah.
So you're able to say we can detect 0 days ransomware, data exfiltration.
Yes.
Then if it's bad enough, if it goes over a threshold or a trigger or whatever, we will tell the hard drive, the storage, stop allowing those commands, stop allowing the reads, stop allowing the writes.
Yeah.
That's nice. It's a full lockdown.
Yep. So for MCP, the use case is since that we have the elevated identity, which is the firmware-based cryptography, right?
Right.
So we are able to tie with the upper layer with MCP security solutions provider or even the agentic AI provider that they will be able to make use on the software-based MCP security and tie with our cryptographical hardware identity to allow certain activities like the policy, the compliances, or certain critical process, you will be tied with our SSD cryptographical kind of identity to, to approve certain process. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's not policy based, is it? I mean, you.
No, policy will be relying on the software. So there's two layers. The upper layers, we will be relying on the software to dictate on the policy side or compliances or process. Yeah, or your tools whatsoever.
Right, the normal tools or
Yeah. Then you are leveraging because with our solution, we keep emphasize that because the firmware-based identity will not be compromised. So with that, we are able to, first of all, we are able to build a community root of trust. So you allow the legitimate device to be able to come into your network. So first of all.
Oh, because
So
anybody
if-
using XFi automatically has a basic trust involved there.
Ju-
So vendors that are using it, I can use it. Oh, that's very nice.
Okay, you just imagine that your DNA
Okay.
is go into your body, built
Right.
inside the single cell of your body. You will not be carried like inside your phone or inside your wallet, right? So it go with it. You cannot compromise the identity. So once this person he claim as who he is, then he will be allowed to if the person or the device are allowed to join in the network, then this will be able to build so-called the community root of trust. Yeah.
Okay, so I've got to ask about this. This is so cool. So the community of trust, how does that work in terms of beyond this server, beyond this company? Does it go beyond the enterprise?
Okay, so right now we have the solutions ready for the endpoint.
Okay.
And we are still in the mid of developing the server side. So once we have server, once we have endpoint already,
Right,
because as of today, if you look at all the security solutions, they are all software. But you need the hardware infrastructures. So once the endpoint is ready and the server is ready, both sides are protected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then can you, so this is, I'm asking you to read the future and I apologize, I'm just curious. But it sounds to me, when you say community, it sounds to me like you're saying, hey, I would prefer a vendor with XFi on their systems because I know that they are a trusted entity.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So that companies will say, XFi enabled vendors will be more respected and used and wanted by customers. Is that what you're saying eventually?
Bingo. Actually, you bring out a very good use cases here. We already work with government agencies. I cannot name who they are, but they are kind of like managing the contractor because
Okay.
the contractor is very dangerous. You don't know who is coming into your network.
Right, absolutely.
So they are using the XFi to be able to ensure that this is the guy who they claim they are.
It's like enterprise authentication. If you think
Yes.
of person authentication,
It's more than that. Yeah.
Okay, but-
yeah.
but I'm-
it's part of that. At first layer, you are verifying whether this guy is that guy.
right, authentication. Standard
Yes.
auth-en, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but then XFi adds another layer because it's not only they're authenticated inside their enterprise, because of it I can authenticate them inside my enterprise as well.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, that's really nice.
Yes. Yeah.
Because cross-enterprise authentication and identity management is not fun.
No, so this is why we keep emphasize that when you are running standalone, at the same time you are able to be verified across the system as well, whether it's in your own network or in others' network, because the identity is uncompromised, is elevated kind of identity.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's really important. We're seeing that obviously when you have enterprises that work together, I might have to create 15 different identities for you for the 15 different clients that you have. And it's not fun. And
But
it's-
more importantly, software, when you create the identity, the credential can be compromised easily.
Easily. Well,
Yeah.
sometimes easily, sometimes hard, but it's possible to compromise. You're saying, and this is a tough call, are you saying that you cannot compromise an XFi identity?
Okay, so the reason why is because our storage devices only allow one door access, which is a PCIe, NVMe, as mentioned, the native command level communication, and all the identity, all your cryptography is stored inside the firmware. We basically close the door. It's a sealed environment. So we
It's like an
disable.
HSM. It's almost like an HSM. Kind of. It's a sealed off environment wherein if you want to extract the
it's
secret.
a hardware.
It's but an HSM, a hardware HSM. It's a sealed environment.
HSM is just encryption.
It holds keys. But
Yeah.
it holds them in a walled off
Yeah.
environment. You're saying you're
Yes.
holding identities in a walled off
But
environment.
because our cryptography is actually working with those ransomware detection engine or even cloning attack engine all together. So they are tied together. It's not like independent cryptography encryption or even the identity management. Yeah,
Cam, that's
the
awesome.
key management. Yeah.
Cam, thank you for joining us today. To learn more about XFi, please visit securityweekly.com/XFi-RSAC. That's XFi-RSAC. For full RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Stick around. We'll be back after the break. Cam, thank you. This was fun.
Thank you. Thank you for your time, and thank you for having me.
More than welcome. Thank you.
Thanks.
Absolutely lovely.
Thank you.
Welcome to RSAC 2026. I'm Doug White, and joining me today is Rohan Ravindranath. I got it, I think. The founder, even, and CEO at ZapSec. And you wanted to talk about a blurb, a title called Zero Trust That Actually Ships, Moving from Strategy Decks to Real Security. Now, this immediately got my attention because I'm notorious for telling people to do things. And it's very easy to tell people to do things. So I can put up a slide that says, do this, and moving from that, so this is almost the title of this, moving from that slide that says you should do this to actually implementing something, that's a lot harder, regardless of what it is. But one of the things that you wanted to talk about was just that step, really, right? That everybody's got a slide. How do you actually do it? If you got the strategy, how do we do it with zero trust?
Right. And you know what, Doug, in most cases, right, it isn't actually a strategy problem. It ends up becoming a shipping problem. I've never really walked into an enterprise that doesn't have a zero trust deck. They typically align to NIST, they're aligned to DoD, they have all of the bells and whistles and the sign-offs, but that's not really the problem. The problem is that in most cases, that strategy document is a theoretical document, and it isn't really translated into what you would see on the field. Because you have network teams or cloud teams that are knee-deep in basically doing, let's say, modernization activities, network refreshes, cloud migrations, etc. And these strategies are things that essentially would sit in PowerPoint somewhere in a SharePoint deck, right, without really moving into anything in the real world. And I think what it boils down to is the approach that many enterprises take, right, which is security is still treated as something that comes in as a gate at the end. And what happens when you actually have security come in as a gate at the end is that the infrastructure has already been deployed without any of the foundational guardrails. And now layering on or bolting on security at the end becomes very difficult. So that's where, there's a disconnect between what happens in strategy and what happens in the on-ground reality. And the data kind of backs it up as well. When you look at attacks today, compromise times are typically under 60 seconds. And the attacks today are not because of breaking through firewalls. The attacks today are because of using stolen credentials, going ahead and elevating privilege, and then laterally moving across the entire network. So that is not always a technology gap. That shows that there's a gap in the operating model, what's needed for design, architecture, and governance, and really tying that together with the required people, process, and technology to make that work. So that's where things typically fall apart, which is you have a strategy which is good, which is great on PowerPoint, but there's a disconnect in terms of the operating model that has to come in to translate that into the on-ground reality.
So I completely agree with you. So we've seen this all the way down through history, from somebody coming in and saying, I need a piece of code written. I wrote it. We put it in place. Nobody thought about security. That was later. We'll test it when it's in production, whatever. And modern is much worse than that, right? Because companies now beta test on the consumer. When you're moving, though, is this what you're saying here, is that when you're moving from the old world to the new world, so I'm going from a network on-prem, servers on-prem, files on-prem, to this cloud, which was sort of a partial step, and then now into this hybrid, this prem, that prem, and these prems over here, and they're all connected through a virtual switch and a virtual routing system somewhere. Is that where you're saying, because we're in such a rush to get there, because we were, that we just, again, did the same thing all over? We let this piece drop out of it. Is that fair?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fair, right? And if you think about it, it's mainly based on how different teams are measured. Mm-hmm. If you look at cloud teams, they're not measured in terms of how well they write security policies. They're measured in how quickly you can move applications into the cloud. If you look at networking teams, they're measured in how quickly you can have branches come alive, right? Not really looking at what would be the required security posture needed to keep that branch secure. Mm-hmm. So that's where you start seeing that disconnect, that every team basically goes ahead and check boxes, different things saying that they've met their KPIs, but the overall security posture is actually much worse than what you started off, right? And that needs a paradigm shift in the way that you would think about embedding security. You don't have to have it bolted on or a gate at the end. You've got to embed security in everything that you do from the ground up.
So one of the ideas that you brought up was this idea of zero trust as code. So are you, I mean, and I've seen it's difficult to create this paradigm shift.
Right.
I mean, as a security person who moved out of that dev realm and that ops realm, telling people to do this is one thing. And it goes back to your first slide.
Right.
Do it,
Right.
but don't do it.
Right.
Is this zero trust as code a way to inject this almost by force?
Well, let me qualify it in this way, right?
Okay.
The foundational idea of zero trust as code is really simple, which is that your security policies shouldn't be treated any differently than your infrastructure code. That means that your security policies have to be version controlled, they have to be peer reviewed, they have to be deployed via a pipeline, and they have to be completely auditable. Now, it shouldn't really be the traditional style of security policies living in a Confluence page or security policies living in a firewall communication matrix. That's typically what we see, right? And let me take a real example. So today, when we develop, let's say, a landing zone for any of our clients, we don't focus on just the VPCs, the networking infrastructure, or just looking at what identity integrations would need to happen, right? So when we do that, we actually build out an entire connected set of repositories that also embed all of the security baselines that would be needed in the first place. Things like security groups, network access controls, the security tooling, the SIM tooling that would be needed. And all of it is basically pulled in through one cohesive pipeline. So what that means is that when the workload team goes and asks for a new account, they don't just get a blank VPC with a wish list of all the security controls that they should have put in. What they get is a VPC and an account structure with all of the security controls embedded inside. So that means that you have segmentation from an east-west perspective already embedded inside. You have the security tooling that would be needed for that particular cloud construct already embedded inside. And that makes a big difference, right? It's a force multiplier in terms of what you would actually be able to do from a secure landing zone perspective in place. And the thing is, the workload teams can't remove it because all of these are instantiated by the zero trust as code pipeline. Where you defined your intent, and that intent is at the organizational level. So it can't be manually overridden by any one particular person at their account level, etc. And the exact same logic if somebody's doing something on the networking side. So what we do is that we embed the zero trust network access policies within the SD-WAN templates if it's like a branch migration.
Okay.
So what happens is when the branch comes live, the security policies get inherited. You don't have somebody manually configuring the policies later or really thinking about or guessing, right? What should be the right security policies that need to come inside for this particular branch. Now, the thing that really makes a big difference in any zero trust as code pipeline is the ability to basically do this across multiple vendors, because no environment truly has a single vendor or a single technology. Right. You have multiple different vendors. So that's where the zero trust as code pipeline abstracts all of the different languages that would be needed for each of these individual vendors and creates basically what you would want as an intent and then configures it in the individual language of each vendor. And a really powerful thing to this is basically something called drift detection. So what that means is that even if somebody went ahead and manually widened up a security policy or a security group, right, the drift engine would detect that in a matter of a few seconds, and then it would auto-remediate it back to the baseline. So now you have something which is working from the top down, across different products, across different stacks, and really creating the intent that you want. So that's really where zero trust as code comes in, and it's completely auditable, version controlled. So you can go back or revert back to any state that you want to do in the past as well.
How does that spread? Now, it's very intriguing. How does that spread upstream, downstream? So now, as we see this migration into this much bigger space, how does that sort of drift or whatever apply as I start pulling in APIs and other components and agentic AI and all these kind of things? How does that sort of now permeate that entire fabric?
Right. And maybe in order to qualify that question, right, I'll actually address it in two segments.
Okay.
So one is that drift detection is agnostic of whether we're using APIs or whether we're using any other technology stack, a third-party vendor. It doesn't make a difference, right? Because the drift engine can detect drifts with any individual construct.
Okay.
Now you brought up a really interesting thing, which is, how do you embed agentic AI workflows in the context of security, right? And maybe to qualify this, I'll actually talk about the value of where agentic AI can play a role and where agentic AI perhaps can't play a role.
Okay.
Right? So if I have to break it down into two segments, if you think about, can we enforce segmentation policies faster? Can we go ahead and detect drift and remediate things faster? Can AI play a role in that? 100%, right? In fact, for many of our enterprise clients today, we are embedding that as part of our normal operating cadence when it comes to having AI security workflows. But on the other hand, if you think about, can the AI make a decision into how much risk your organization should be willing to take? Can it be a decision maker in that? Can it basically take a look at your enterprise and tell you that these are your crown jewels that you should basically take a look at? Well, it can't. The reason is that AI is not part of those conversations, because those conversations need deep business context. That business context happens in a room with the stakeholders, the business owners, the application owners, etc., right? And AI is not part of that conversation. So there's two things that we have to look at from an AI accelerant perspective, right? Where can AI accelerate things, which is in terms of faster segmentation policies, detecting drift, auto remediation, 100%, right? But where can't it do it? In all the other areas where it requires individual deep decision business context to make a difference. Because, if you even think probably a step further, right? Even before you start bringing inside agentic AI workflows and security, what do you really need? You need your enterprise infrastructure to first be AI ready. Right? If your enterprise infrastructure isn't AI ready, then there's no point of basically putting in all of these AI security controls. Because what the AI is going to do in that point is that it's going to create policies and remediate policies, but no one's actually validating if that's even tied to the business context in the first place, right? So the first step is to go ahead and have your AI infrastructure ready, and then as part of that, embed all of these AI agentic workflows as part of it. Otherwise, it's like pretty much like putting cruise control on a car, but you're pointing it at a wall. So you're not going to get very far in that particular case, right?
That's a very good analogy for AI in general, right? Is that it is like putting cruise control in a car and pointing it at a wall. I mean, it's going to do what it knows how to do, which doesn't necessarily include avoiding a wall. I think the last part of this is really, you and I had talked earlier about sort of these three phases, and one of the things you were talking about was this 90-day shipping cadence to move from where you are to this other place, this dreamy place that you're telling me about that I wish I was in. Could you just give us a rundown on that a little bit? Like, what is that? I mean, what is that? What does that 90-day shipping cadence look like?
Right. So, in the real world, right, you have to be really ruthless about priorities, because there's so many things all the time that happen. So if I were to create a 30, 60, 90-day cadence, here's what I would do, right? In phase one, which is 0 to 30, the most important thing is to prove that the mechanism works. And what that means is that, we have to start incorporating and protecting the crown jewels. Now, in any enterprise, right, depending on the size of the enterprise, you could have 100 applications, you could have 500 applications, you could have more. You don't want to cast the net across all of them, because that is a trap, right? You want to focus on only your crown jewels. How do you determine what a crown jewel is, right? Is a compromise for that application going to create an existential crisis for your enterprise? If the answer is yes, it's a crown jewel, right? And you got to put it inside that bucket. You want to end up with 10, maybe 20 at most, right? And these are things like Active Directory, payment systems, any kind of mission critical databases, right? And those essentially fall into the bucket of your crown jewels. For these, incorporate micro-segmentation. What does that really mean, right? You got to go ahead and take off these wide open allow all rules and go ahead and configure application-specific explicit allow rules. At the very bottom, go ahead and put a default deny, but right above that default deny, go ahead and put a learning rule. What the learning rule does is that any of the explicit allows that you didn't really catch in the first go, it learns it, it logs it, and you have a huge list of now rules that you can now make very specific. Typically, this is the tricky part, because this is where things can go out of hand. What we do with most of our clients is that we incorporate automation in order to then translate those learning rules into real-world app flows, and then that's what you would do in day 30. So day 30, you have predictable zero-trust constructs. Day 60, which is day 30 to 60, you want to go ahead and kill the VPN. So here's the thing, right? The problem with VPNs is that they allow you to have flat network access. Once a user is in the network using a VPN, he can hop on to any segment that he has a part of, pretty much like an all-access pass, right? And that is the basis of many of the attacks that we see here today. So what we have to really focus on is eliminate the VPN and move to ZTNA. Now the question is, okay, where do I start, right? Take your noisiest VPN that you have. You have 20 VPN gateways, pick the noisiest VPN gateway, start there, right? The learnings from there you can always translate into every other VPN gateway that you have. Take a look at maybe a service account which has the longest lived credentials. Somebody from 2017 who had admin credentials enabled on the service account, That's the guy who you have to hit and make sure that that goes off the network, and you move to ZTNA. When you move to ZTNA, what you're essentially getting is identity-centric controls. But really what you're getting is that continuous security validation that isn't really available in a VPN. That's what you should focus on from day 30 to 60. And from day 60 to 90, you got to now move into the automation cadence, which is automate and operate. We spoke about the zero trust as code pipelines, right? Now, how do you really implement that in the real world? You take the wins that you had from milestone 1, take that segmentation template, make it self-service. Put it in we go ahead and we'll host it in maybe a Terraform repository. So whenever anybody else from now on has to go ahead and request for a new account, a new workload, spin up a new branch, any of those combinations, right? They now have to use the exact same template that you had put inside there, and it becomes self-serving in a way, right, for everything that goes on from there. So that's what days 60 to 90 should look like.
Okay.
And then you got to start small, and then you move across from crown jewels to all the other applications that you have.
And don't get caught up in the everything is equally important. That's
Absolutely
a very common.
That's a very, very common trap, right?
Oh, it is.
And
We've all been there, and we all do that, right? Well, Rohan, thank you for joining us today. If you want to learn more about ZapSec, please visit securityweekly.com/ZapSec RSAC. And for all of our RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, please visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Stick around, and we'll be back after this break with more content. Welcome back to RSAC 2026. I'm Doug White, and joining me today is the wonderful Georges Bosser, who is the co-founder. I always love when I have founders too. He's the co-founder, Chief Technology and Product Officer at Sequoia.io. Thanks, George, for being here.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you for welcoming me here.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you could come. It was so exciting. We were talking earlier about France and how much I like France, but we also were talking about something not as pleasant.
We need to mix between cyber and champagne.
But both of us work in intrusion detection areas and things like this. And one of the things that we've seen sort of starting to evolve is the threat from agentic AI. But I think your perspective is threats are from a little different. A lot of people say, "Oh, the agentic AI can attack me," but it's also a threat when we start embedding it in our response, right? Because it's easy to say, "I want AI. I want AI everywhere, all day, every day." But how do we do that effectively? So, what are the foundations that we need to start embedding in our SOCs to get there?
I truly believe that AI is a journey. It's something that comes progressively and that is kind of natural for everyone because it starts with data, it doesn't start with agents. It doesn't start with LLMs and things like this. It starts with understanding what's going on, knowing how to act, to respond, to detect, and so on. The foundations are the traditional foundation of our daily work that we want to accelerate. So when you want to accelerate, if you only put LLMs and agents, you just go faster wrong because you don't teach properly, you don't provide the data that you use as humans in your operations. If you don't provide this knowledge to the agents, these kinds of superpower is useless and even more dangerous, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, one of the terms that we talked about was garbage in, garbage out, which is a very old term from my days as a programmer when they talked about that. And so if your LLM, I mean, if I just go buy an LLM or I use one of the friendly commercial, that's a really dangerous thing in terms of my SOC. Because my SOC may be different even from your SOC, right? I mean, would you agree with that?
Yeah. When we did some benchmark at the very beginning of our journey, like 2 years ago, when we started to plug traditional LLMs to automate alert triage and investigations, without thinking about this, just making it from an engineering perspective, it brought roughly 60% of success rate, 60% of the conclusions executed by just an LLM, unconfigured LLM, and adapted LLMs were similar to what a human would do, what a SOC analyst would do. So 60% is very low when we are talking about critical operations and cybersecurity.
So you call this failing faster. I may be abbreviating a little bit, but failing faster in the SOC. So as we start pushing this in there, tell me a little bit about how we fail faster, because I don't want to do that.
The agents will be as good as the context you provide to it. If as you would do for a junior analyst, let's see that your AI agents, they will play like a junior analyst that join your team. Okay. If you don't provide any context, you just throw alerts to your junior analysts. They won't be able to take advantage of their past years of knowledge of how the organization that is facing ongoing attacks are organized, configured, and structured, and so on. So they need to understand the servers, the networks, the configuration, the application, the threat that goes with the business that relies on all of this infrastructure. And if you don't provide this information to your junior analysts, they won't be able to do effectively their work. And it's the very same for an agents. You need to provide context.
I like that analogy a lot, because I've been trying to think of good analogies for how to explain that. It kind of hit me when you were saying that about the junior analyst. So if you took your junior analyst and just turned them loose,
Yeah.
because one of the hardest things for students, when I teach intrusion detection, I have Security Onion, and we have this big fake network that I built. I know all about it. I know where the servers are. I know where they know nothing, and it just blows them out of the water. I mean because they don't have a deeper understanding of how everything fits together. And I think that's where we get with agentic AI, right? Because we just turn it loose and then say, here, this should solve all our problems.
And there is a small but very important difference between the junior analyst and the AI in such situation. In your class, like maybe in your class, in mine, the junior analysts or the students, when they don't know, they don't have an answer, most of them, they raise their hand and they ask for questions.
Right.
While an agent, usually when they don't know, they do not ask questions. They tend to believe they know and they go straight to the wall.
Yeah, or they just lie, like they lie and lie. I've seen them do that so much on technical topics where I finally just called them out and I said, I know you're lying now. Earlier you sounded like you knew what you were saying. Now I know you're lying because I know what you're saying is wrong.
And that's very, very complex. When you integrate such technologies that tend to lie when they don't know how, they don't have the answers, they won't tell you they don't have the answers. They try to, with the best of what they have access to answer to your challenge. And they will, the end of the day, they will give you an answer that doesn't have any sense. But still, if you don't check, if you don't have a solution to verify all the agent's output, you might go in very big troubles because you will face a very badly organized SOC.
Do you think that people, and I think this, that people are mistaking the idea of like a chat bot for a reasoning framework that is two very, very different things in AI. One is very cheap and easy, one not so much. And it's this dangerous thing where I've got a junior analyst who's very good at talking to me, but doesn't really understand what's going on versus a muchly deeper trained person.
Exactly. That's why in Sequoia to the detection material that we use that kickstart the investigation of the agent and so on, we attach to each detection rules, AI, machine learning models and so on, and anomaly detection and so on. We attach very classical run books, these kind of material. We all try to execute while investigating on alerts. We put all these run books that define how you can act and play on an alert. We attach this to each rule, detection rule. And then when an alert happens, when a case is ongoing, we provide these inputs, this knowledge about how to react, how to investigate. We provide it to the LLMs. The same way that you would provide such info to your junior analyst to help him or her play. So we provide this info and we push the maximum of context. All the knowledge that we have around the organization that is ongoing, facing the ongoing threats, we provide the list of servers, the EDRs, all the cybersecurity components around it. You mentioned it, the architecture, the network plan of the organization. We provide the list of users and their UEBA profile, the anomalies that may have happened in the past that are going on and so on. We provide this tons of data to the agents. And this knowledge is something that we are very used to when we are an experienced SOC analyst. But we should not forget that these agents are not experienced. They are just new to your domain and they need this data to perform.
Do you think they can progress beyond that, or are they always going to be these kind of run-book guided junior analysts?
They progress, yes. They really progress because the delivery of an agent on Sequoia, but I think in our ecosystem, is not only an answer, it's a reasoning playbook. So the output is a playbook. Like a Jupyter notebook, for instance.
Oh, I like
Okay,
that.
so it's a notebook that define, okay, so you ask me to triage this alert. This alert is a network-related threat. and you gave me an initial way of investigating such threats. So the LLMs and the agents, they start raising questions. They start asking questions to themselves about how to investigate. So they trigger like 50 questions for each new alert. The kind of question that an analyst would ask himself or herself on facing the threat. And then they will progressively answer these questions using tools, using data. They have access to data lakes. They query the data lake automatically. They query your integrations, the third-party softwares you provide to the agents, so API code and so on, and they answer questions under a reasoning rationale. They follow a process, and you provide this in a notebook.
Something my junior analyst would never give me.
You would love to, and then exactly what the agent provided this way of explaining and auditing the reasoning behind. In the AI, they say the reasoning behind the process, and then you can fix this as a senior analyst. You can review it, you can fix it, and once you fix it, it's fixed for the next investigation. So this is how you can have a feedback loop and improve.
Then it gets better.
Exactly.
And then it can also apply that to other similar situations, right? Just like a human would.
Exactly. Yeah. And exposing the chain of thought is something that we don't really do nicely with humans. That's true.
And that was kind of what I meant, because a lot of times I've seen that's something students struggle with a great deal in IDS. I'm like, how did you figure this out? And they're like, oh, I don't remember. Yeah. I got there, but it was like 4 hours of I was like poking at this, poking that, open this and open that. And I'm like, okay, what did you do exactly so that we could make a nice path, prune it down to what works and get rid of all the other stuff? And they're like, oh, I don't know. I mean, and been there.
The chain of thought. This is truly this, and that's a big difference, and a great increase in the operations is exposing the chain of thought, I would say. The agentic enabled. So we can review, correct, fix it, and maybe improve it day after day.
No, I love the sound of that, because I think you're going to need this. I mean, I really think all of you are going to need this in the near future, because you are facing the attack threat from agentic AI, which works from the other side, trying to uncover things. You're going to need this in your IDS. You're going to need this in your defenses in order to respond quickly enough, right? But that said, it's very easy for a CISO. I mean, and I deal with CISOs a lot. Yeah. It's very easy for CISOs to latch on to panaceas. Somebody says AI, all your problems are solved, and they say, we're AI. And I've been seeing that over and over and over again, from schools to companies. Yeah. What's the real risks here for CISOs that jump into this too quickly?
I would say is to reduce its operational capabilities, because trying to accelerate or trying to push in AI without giving all the knowledge that is required to execute these automatic processes, it will either slow down at the end, because you will have to put a human in the loop every time, so it's getting slower than having the constant collaboration between an AI and a human. At the end, it's slower than having a human doing the entire job. So what you want the AI to do most of the job, and the human just join the process, maybe at the end rather than at the beginning. And so if you don't prepare properly your foundations to the AI, you will get slower operations.
Yes.
That's the less dangerous things that may happen. The worst thing, I would say, is that you would have wrong operations. You will have wrong conclusion of triage. You will miss alerts. You will miss threats. You will put all your team's effort in useless investigation, and at the end miss the important ones. So the opposite of what you want with AI.
I agree. I mean, because it just sounds like a quick solution, but it just like you say, we need to hire 15 more analysts. Those are going to operate slow, and they're going to slow me down. Yeah. Because if you say, I need to go down and sit with these junior analysts, these human junior analysts, for the first 6 weeks to get them to a place where they're actually useful, I'm not getting as much done, and that creates some problems.
At Sequoia, we believe that there are three, core components that we need to provide to each junior analyst or to each agent so they can perform well. We believe that the first is the threat knowledge. If you cannot explain for each alert or for each case what's the threats behind,
Right.
when it was seen before, what kind of act or threat actor, what kind of malware, what kind of TTPs and so on. So this threat knowledge, also known as cyber threat intelligence, this is core. You need to provide this. You need obviously to provide the activities, the same way of operating cybersecurity. If you want to investigate on an alert, on something wrong that is going on, you need to provide what happened, what kind of activities you've seen, where the files open, where the firewalls switch off and so on, these kind of events. And the third is state of security. This is the new things, I would say. It exists for years in cyber, but it has been siloed. I mean, operational teams, like intrusion detection teams and so on, they are not very used to playing with vulnerabilities, with exposure and so on. These are new other teams that tend to play with this kind of knowledge. But when you are able to combine cyber threat intelligence events around activities, but also state of security, and when you provide these to your junior analyst or to an AI agent, you provide all the requirements for an effective triage and investigation. So that's for us the three pillars of operations.
I agree.
Yeah,
that's fun. I think we could talk all day about this because it's a really cool topic. But George, thank you for joining me today. It was my pleasure. To learn more about Sequoia.io, please visit securityweekly.com/Sequoia RSAC. And for full RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. And if you will stick around, we will be back after the break with even more interviews. And unfortunately, it won't be with George, but we may get to talk to him again someday. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Doug.
Welcome to RSAC 2026. I'm Mike Shima. Joining me today is Raj Malampati, CEO and co-founder at Blue Flag Security. Raj, thanks for being here.
Thank you. It's a pleasure being here.
And we wanted to talk about all the things going on at RSAC. And one of the things that comes to my mind when we're talking about Blue Flag, what you're working on, is there's so many vulns out there, all these problems in the code.
Absolutely.
But creds, like identity and access management, seems to be where the risk still is, even though, I'll say this out loud at RSAC, that's not the coolest thing that people are talking about right now.
Oh man, I'm insulted there.
I know, but convince me that it's cool. I know it's important, but yeah.
I mean, look, historically, when you think about application security or securing the overall development environment, everybody just thinks about manage the vulnerabilities, identify the vulnerabilities, prioritize them, and fix them. That's good enough. What nobody thinks about is what's the root cause of the vulnerabilities? How did these vulnerabilities come into the code, right? Invariably, right, there is no pixie dust that's actually being put across that, right? Fundamentally, there is an identity that brings this vulnerability, right? Not only the vulnerability, but there's also, obviously, there's other kinds of risk that these identities bring in, right? Identities being, and the reason I'm using the word identity is because it's human developers, of course, right? But increasingly, it's the non-human identities, which are also developers.
Many agents.
And then last but not the least, it is the AI agents that are being used in the dev environment, right? So net is that, instead of just looking to try and identify and prioritize vulnerabilities, the real way to from our perspective is, how do I identify the root cause and fix the root cause of the problem, right? And that's fundamentally the access or the fact that a lot of these identities have massive amount of access that they don't use. They've got elevated permissions, and the fact that there are misconfigurations with the dev tools, right? That's the root cause, and that's the core thesis in terms of the company itself.
Yeah, and I definitely want to come back to the fixing those parts in a second, but just to reinforce that point of that identity and access that you're describing, the humans, the non-humans, everybody has so many agents, the open clause, who knows? That's also the entire SDLC that they're touching, right?
Yes.
So do people realize that? It's easy for me to point that out. It's easy for me to say, but are enterprises paying attention to that as much as they should be?
So the two parts of the question, right? Do they intellectually understand that it is actually causing a lot of risk? The short answer to that is yes, right? But then are they doing anything, and hence are they paying attention to it? The short answer is no, because they have no visibility into all the risk associated with the human developers, associated with the non-human developers, and the AI agents, right? And if you break down the problem, first and foremost is, let's at least at a minimum, right, provide visibility into all of these different kinds of identities, right? Then we prioritize it, we help in terms of the remediation, right? So yes, at an intellectual level, if you ask any CISO or any CTO, they understand the fact that these developers, human, non-human, or AI agents, right, bring in a lot of risk, right? But they're not necessarily doing anything about it. They're more focused on managing the vulnerabilities and then fixing some of the vulnerabilities, right? That's really what's the problem there.
I'm laughing because there's a definite trap of it's so easy just to, here's my list of CVEs. It's easy to measure, right? And so that's what people just gravitate to because it's easy to see, easy to tick off. But what's not so easy is that visibility. Tell me a little bit more about that, because to my mind, an easy way to respond to that is like, oh, here's a human logging in from some geography that is a couple continents away from where they should be. That's kind of an easy example. But there's got to be something that's more subtle, especially because agents aren't showing up all over the place. What does that look like?
So if you think about the overall risk associated with developers, right, human, non-human, or AI agents, right? So first and foremost, what you got to go figure out is almost every one of these identities are developers, human, non-human. They've got access to practically every possible repository and also across the entire process itself, right? So first and foremost thing is go back and look at which one of these access, which one of these permissions have these developers used, right? If they haven't used over the past 6 months, there's a high likelihood they don't need it on a regular basis, right? So go enforce this whole notion of least privilege, go enforce zero trust, right? So that's the first level of visibility you need to do, right? So that's proactively reducing the attack surface, right? The second piece is now you've got to go look at multiple different, I would say, attack vectors to identify what's risky behavior, right? We sometimes call it toxic interaction, right? So for example, if a developer has excessive access and elevated permissions, they could take advantage of that plus a misconfiguration to now actually inject poisonous code, right? So it's a combination of three things which is actually resulting in a risk, right? So you have to stitch those three things together, right? And now that's again a kind of risk that most companies have no idea how to actually even identify unless you stitch it. Again, you'll notice that it's not just a identity and access management problem. It's not just a vulnerability problem. It's stitching everything together to then go look at the toxic interaction or the toxic combination.
Yeah, and I think that that context especially is a classic like AppSec phrase of it depends. Well, okay, you have a lot of elevated privilege, but if it's your own development environment, okay, fine. That's probably good. Developers are going to appreciate that. But if it's in that CI/CD system that you could then exfiltrate some environment variables with a secret, that's bad. So how do organizations how do they build that context effectively? Because you can also drown yourself in so many logs. It's just like, oh great, I have visibility. Look at my stack of logs. I can see them, but they're not helping me.
So two things there, right? So one is, we're primarily talking about insider risk, but the reality is that even external bad actors know that most of these developers have overprivilege, etc., right? Overprivilege, excessive access, etc., right? So they're obviously trying to actually steal their creds and then do something malicious, right? The second piece, just to answer your question, right? So this is where, again, the secret sauce for blue flag security lies, right? One of the core things that we're doing is providing that business context or just context within the whole notion of developing software or the SDLC environment, right? So this is where, again, we are injecting or ingesting like behavioral data or activity data. We're ingesting configuration information, permissions, and group information, right? And then we start correlating them, right? Correlating is like, think of it as like developers across multiple business units could be using very different tools, right? So you kind of have to first correlate, normalize it, and then apply a set of common policies, right? So the goal again here is not to overwhelm the application security team or the SOC team with a massive number of alerts, but the more important thing is correlate this, provide the business context as you mentioned, and then send the alerts or fix the alerts, right?
And what for me, there's an important part there. There was a subtext of all these developers have different tools. Normalize what you can see in them rather than normalize all the developers on the same tool, because that's not going to happen. Nobody's going to do
absolutely, right? And it's actually getting worse, right? So if you think about the tools, right, one is, okay, they're using GitHub, GitLab, et cetera, right? Just the classic SDLC tools, right? The second one is the reality is that a lot of these developers are bringing in their own set of tools like AI agents, like Cursors of the world, Shadow AI, et cetera, right? The reality is that it's almost next to impossible to sort of curtail that, right? So the best thing to do is make sure that you're standardizing on the policies across these different tools, right? So the advantage obviously then is that the security team is looking at it from a same lens while giving the developers the choice of the tools that they want to be productive, right? So the goal is let them be productive while we have the same framework from a compliance perspective, from an audit, or from a risk perspective, right?
Now, as you're doing this, have you seen enterprises be surprised about the LLM aspect of things? Like, because I did joke about the Shadow AI. We've had Shadow IT, Shadow Cloud. LLMs come in, are they like, we had no idea, or we have no idea what to do with policy? What does that look like these days?
So I would say that 100%, not 90%, but 100% of our prospects
makes me
and
really-
companies and customers are extremely surprised at some of the findings that they get when we do a health check or a risk assessment, right? And look, I mean, again, I go back to like, it's surprising at the amount of unsanctioned LLMs, unsanctioned AI agents that are actually being used within the dev environment, right? I mean, once you show the results, they're like, oh, that's surprising because we thought we had guardrails, but the reality is that it's a good, I mean, it's a guardrail, but then it's easy to circumvent that, right? Again, I go back to that whole notion of toxic interaction or toxic combination, right? So you may have a guardrail, but there's always an exception, right? Exception being typically if a developer has admin permissions, they can get in their own tools, etc. Right? That's what we invariably see across all our prospects and customers, right? Everybody's surprised at the AI agents that are being brought in, both from a coding perspective, code review, even writing test cases. Everybody's also surprised at the number or at the diversity of LLMs that are being used across their dev environment, right? And the last but not the least, when we show people how overprivileged, all of these different identities are, they are absolutely shocked, right? Because they think that the developers are using most of the permissions, most of the access. The reality is that it's less than 5% of the access is actually being used, right? So 5% being used, as opposed to them assuming that, look, 70 to 80% of it is being used, right?
And I imagine the one good thing about fixing permissions is that just takes away things that they weren't using, which is what your point was. And that doesn't mean the build times don't get any longer from that, because that's another trap. You don't want a security tool or a security org that comes in and says, well, we love what you're doing, but we're going to make it twice as long. Developers don't want to hear that. The business don't want to hear that. So I'm going to segue that into, what does the business want to hear? Or like, if a CISO is looking at, oh, I thought we had guardrails, that doesn't sound like a pleasant kind of surprise. What's some advice that you would have for them to be like, here's some guardrails to put in, or here's where your visibility should actually be?
I mean, the big thing that almost every security tool that is securing the dev environment has to do is absolutely do not sort of hinder the productivity of the dev team or the velocity at which you're building, the dev teams are building the product, right? So that's a fundamental sort of core 101, right? So when a CISO is looking at bringing in any security tool, it's all about securing the overall platform and helping them accelerate the dev environment, right? So that's the core thing that they have to look at, right? So that fundamentally means that don't give them way too many alerts and don't give them too many alerts too soon, right? So that's again sort of that's not something that the developers are looking for, right? And look, I mean, when you're trying to, again, I go back to like, if you're removing permissions that the developers are not using, it absolutely does not hinder their their overall development processes or the overall the rate at which velocity at which they're actually building products, right? So that's good, right? Because you're helping secure the dev environment, as well as you're helping them from a velocity perspective, or at a minimum, you're not hindering their velocity, right? That's again huge for the engineering teams. And honestly, every engineering team wants to not just deliver products, but they also want to make sure that the code is secure, right? Because if the code is not secure, they have to go back and rewrite the code.
It's that extra time for themselves.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think just to tie it together, having that visibility, just be able to build that story of, look, we can show you that you haven't used it for the last 6 months.
Exactly.
We're taking something away, which sounds scary, but it's more like we're just refining the environment.
Exactly. Right. And so the notion is we are adhering to zero trust, right? Or the notion of least privilege. So that's from a security perspective. And oh, by the way, we are absolutely not hindering the velocity at which you're building the product, right? So that's basically the good win-win type of scenario. In fact, a lot of these customers, they let the developers bring in their own tools too, right? Again,
and this way you can support it.
Yeah,
exactly. I think honestly, I think you've made a cool case for like making the developers happy, keeping their velocity up, letting them have the tool. So in 15 minutes, you convinced me that this is a cool topic. Thanks,
Thank
Raj.
you. Thank you. And that's the reason why we call it a developer risk and governance platform. And I say risk because it's all about securing the dev environment. At the same time, helping them also fix any operational gaps that they have.
And that's the perfect message. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, if you'd like to learn more about Blue Flag Security, please visit securityweekly.com/blueflagrsac. For all of our RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, check out securityweekly.com/RSAC. Stick around. We'll be back after the break.
Welcome back to RSA 2026. I'm Doug White. Joining me today is the amazing Eli Abramovich, who is the CEO and co-founder. Okay, I've had lots of, it's been Founders Day here, so I've had lots of founders. And this is from Legion Security, which is a cool company that does all kinds of interesting things. And this was called Introducing Legion Investigator Goal-Oriented AI Investigations, which really piqued my interest because I wanted to know immediately what is a kind of investigation are we talking about?
Yeah, so first of all, thanks for having me. Great to be speaking to you. I mean, initially what we've built with Legion is a system, it's a browser-based system that learns how security teams investigate and then scales them into agentic workflows.
Okay.
So basically we see how people respond, we map their workflows, and then we run them agentically, essentially taking repetitive work out of the picture and just empowering people to do more kind of creative and interesting positions. Now, when we started learning about security workflows, we realized that there are various types of them. Some of them are completely repetitive, the same thing every time. And from that, you want kind of more deterministic workflows.
Okay.
But some things are more kind of exploratory. You're trying to figure out what's the answer. And for those, we've built what we call the Legion Investigator. It's basically a goal-oriented AI rather than a task-oriented AI.
Okay.
Meaning, I'll tell the AI, find if there are, what's the scope of breach of this particular email. And it would go, it would craft queries, it would ask questions, it would iterate, and it would come back and give the analyst like a detailed report on what it found. And that's in opposed to like the more traditional playbook-based approaches, which you just do A, B, C, but do not respond.
Yeah, because I mean, I used to teach like AI coding and stuff way back. And you start trying to teach people how you train an AI model, and there are some of those ideas about goal oriented, where you say get to there. I don't care how you get to there. Get to there.
Exactly.
Okay, that's a thing. Or you can give it a playbook and say, optimize the routes, or always turn right, or whatever you're going to do. So you're basically saying that we want to set investigations down to say I need to get to this.
Exactly, and I don't think it's either or actually. Like there are some cases, especially in security operations, where you want to make sure the same steps happen every time. You want the determinism. Security resiliency is rooted in consistency in many cases.
Yes.
But in some other cases, you want to go explore, and for this is where the investigator goes extremely well.
That makes sense to me because I've trained people in investigative techniques for years with police, particularly was where I did all my training, which is a similar kind of problem because you have situations where you want to train a police officer to do a certain thing.
Yeah.
I had a class called What to Do When There's a Dead Computer on the Floor.
Yeah.
Because they didn't know what to do when they encountered technology. Yeah. They knew what to do if they found a human, whether they were alive or dead or whatever, they knew what to do. But when they found a computer, they just were like, it's a computer, throw it in a bag. But we wanted them to follow a specific set of steps. And so that's one approach. But yeah, there's always, what is the old saying, no plan ever survives first contact with the enemy, right?
That's true, yeah.
And so if you're doing investigations and the first step fails, a lot of junior investigators say, I don't know what to do next.
I don't know what to do, yeah. So before the investigator, like sometimes at this point of contact, we had to transfer back to the human. We got to a stage where like the playbook fails and the contact with the enemy, and now we take it to the human. But now with the investigator, we can take it a step further. We can take it to go deeper into the investigation, still keeping humans in the loop when needed. So this works for either for that point of the investigation where the playbook runs out. It's also good for that thing you've never seen before. Like sometimes you run into a situation, you've never been in it, like you don't know what to do. And AI is smart enough today to kind of basically figure things out.
Right.
It's incredible, the evolution of those softwares.
Does that also, so there's another piece of this that I think is kind of interesting. One of the problems you have with investigators when they go off book, at least human investigators, is they may or may not be able to recreate for you how they got from A to Z. They're trying to go through this list, and how do we do that now with this AI-based thing?
It's a very fundamental question that you're asking, because Legion is working with large enterprises, and enterprises cannot really trust something like, hey, just do whatever and let me know how you got to Z. That's like not not applicable for the enterprise. The way Legion works is that you define in advance what it's allowed or not allowed to do. You give it the set of actions that the guardrails, if you may, but the set of actions and permissions that it can do. It reasons through them. It's first and then it shows you the train of thought in a very, very detailed way. So you get fully auditable AI. Now, if you want to make sure the same thing runs every time and the AI doesn't kind of improvise, for that we have the more deterministic investigations. Of course. But still, even when you want to let AI kind of take more of the control, you want to make sure that everything is auditable, every permission is positively defined, and that you can understand exactly what's going to happen in your environment.
So I could just literally say, I want you to go from here to there. AI says, let me get there.
Yeah.
I went down, I turned left, right.
But these are the tools that they've given you to do
right.
so.
And then it can give me back and say, this is how I got there.
Yeah.
And I can then refine it if I want to. Or I can say, nope, do it that way every single time forever.
It's true. Many cases what we see is that we first let AI figure it out, but then we realize that there's a pattern, and we move it to a more deterministic or semi-deterministic kind of workflow. It's a really exciting time to be building, because the tools at our disposal are just
amazing.
Really.
I'm just floored by stuff all the time.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Legion reason over situation and systems that it never saw before, and kind of deducing the right patterns of action just based on kind of leveraging frontier models and some of our pre-training. It's a very, very, very exciting time to be building.
I agree, because I remember doing audits back when I first started doing audits, like in 2003 or something, and we were doing Sarbanes-Oxley and HIPAA and all these things, and just trying to figure out how do I investigate this, because I'm starting with a very vague guideline maybe, and I have a vague objective, and it's just overwhelming.
Yeah. Here, there's another point where Legion is interesting, is that when we start with Legion, as I said, we first learn how you investigate, and then we scale it. So we learn how your analysts investigate. We learn from all the team, and we understand your tools, we understand your processes, we understand what you care about and don't care about. It's not a generic model that's deployed in your environment. It's fed by your kind of processes and priorities. So what you get is, as I said, a whole range between fully deterministic and fully non-deterministic, but that's based on your environments, your goals, and your guardrails. I've been adopting, before Legion I was at Microsoft, I led product management for Microsoft Sentinel, and I've seen kind of the deployment of large scale automation in security operations across the world, and it was really important for me to build something that enterprises can adopt, but also that is at the frontier of what AI can do at every given moment. So this is our solution, that full range between fully deterministic and non-deterministic, and full guardrails and full you set the goal, you set the guardrails.
I think that flexibility is necessary because everybody has sort of their own approach to investigations. And like I say, there were things that were incredibly strict. If you work for a military organization or something, they may have massive amounts of rules and restrictions about that. Police, you can't look at this. Even if you can see it, you can't look at it because we're not allowed to look at that. That's excluded by the court or whatever. So you can only look over here. And generic is never going to be able to do that. I mean, you're going to end up with a situation where you say, get from here to there, and it says, okay, I'm there.
Yeah.
And you go, no, you can't go that way. And that's not allowed.
Yeah, I had access to hundreds of researchers at Microsoft. We're a small team in comparison. We're 50 people now. We're smaller than Microsoft.
Yeah.
Slightly. But I had access to hundreds of researchers, and we wrote incredible playbooks. And when they met the field, none of them worked. Not because anyone was, not capable or anything, but because environments are different, and scenarios are different. This is where learning is important. We learn your environment, and AI, just the ability of AI to adapt to kind of fuzzily defined situations.
The other thing I think I would bring up with this idea is about speed. Because I get a little nervous, especially as an incident responder. I mean, my company used to do that, and people would call me and they would say, this has happened, can you fix it? As you move into this modern age, we need to investigate faster because now the threat is faster, and the repeated threat is faster. I mean, this is where we're going. I mean, into these kind of tools.
Absolutely. And by the way, we have been going in that direction for many years. Attackers are faster. they're more sophisticated, they're more adaptive. They can adapt to kind of new tools and capabilities, sometimes faster than the defender can. It used to be the case that efficiency was important because, you can get more with less and you can kind of respond faster, but now it's critical. It's something that you cannot live without. If attackers are attacking at machine speed, you have to defend at machine speed.
Yeah.
There's no way around it. There's no way around it because you're just not going to be fast enough, even if you're perfectly accurate.
I agree.
Nothing is perfect. No technology has no flaws, and even AI makes mistakes from time to time. But can you really afford not test it? I think you cannot afford to not test
I think you need to be starting to ramp up on this because, like you said, if attacks are occurring at a machine speed, you're going to have to respond to machine speed, and no matter how good of an investigator you are, you're not going to be able to stay on that edge all the time.
And if you're able to, even something as simple as phishing, which is very old technique, but you can now craft a specific email that's adapted to you specifically, that looks at your history and LinkedIn profile and knows what you posted yesterday and whatever, and do so times the entire organizations all at once. You cannot investigate this one by one. And now we're already seeing polymorphic malwares, like malwares that adapt to the network that they're in. The speed from vulnerability to exploit is as fast as you can prompt, basically. So you cannot afford to not react at the same speed and use the same tools. You have to use those tools to defense as well. I really believe that, but I also believe that sometimes when vendors like me say that, they kind of shift the blame to the company, to the customers. Why are you not adopting AI fast enough? What's wrong with you? But that's not my point. My point is that we need to build something that enterprise can adopt, give them the audit, the visibility, and the guardrails that allow them to adopt it, and then work with them so the entire industry can adopt faster. That's really important.
I agree with that. I think another piece of this too that's kind of interesting to me, I remember there was this retiring detective, and everybody was really worried because this was a guy who specialized in certain kinds of cases, which I won't bring up, but he was an expert at doing these kind of cases. He knew exactly where to go, what to ask, who to talk to. And when he was leaving, there was a lot of concern that we were going to lose his expertise. Does this start to help us gel these investigative techniques into our organization?
So. It's a really good point. Basically, we like to say that you capture tribal knowledge before it walks through the door. Basically, we would learn how that person investigated this particular incident, but now we allow everyone to run that particular incident. So his expertise and his familiarity with this situation is now captured and contained by the organization. So yes, and that person, however good he is, if you had 24/7 of those cases, this guy needs to sleep from time to time. So if we're able to automate even his processes, we're able to A, retain his knowledge, but B, run it continuously and proactively.
And that also lets us identify these cases more rapidly, I think, because it's just like an ER doctor who get they see stuff all the time and they know, I know what that means, and they can react accordingly. So I think that gets you on the right path of your investigation maybe faster if you've got this kind of back-end guidance.
The metrics that we're tracking in general for security operations are mean time to detect and mean time to acknowledge and mean time to investigate and mean time to respond. There are others, MTT things in the middle sometimes. So Legion can, as I said, it can be assistive, so it can be just kind of help you be faster, or it can even take on some workflows on its own. We have both what we call the guided mode, where we guide you, and also the autonomous mode, in which we investigate on our own. And we track the improvements of those metrics. So you're able to acknowledge much faster, because as soon as it happens, you're able to investigate much faster, because it's at machine speed. And at the end of the day, you're able to resolve or to respond much faster. And we track those metrics. And because we both record and automate, we have a before and after. So you get like a weight loss exercise. You know exactly how much time you've saved in each one of those metrics.
Oh, well, that's nice. Because that is a problem we've had. I know back in earlier days of doing neural nets and things like that, we had a lot of struggles with trying to validate, justify, and so forth, because it was hard to extract exactly how this worked.
No, this is a product where the ROI is very evident. Many security products talk in the terms of risk reduction, which is important, but it's also really hard to quantify it. This really talks, like we can tell you like how many minutes or hours or clicks or days we've saved you. There are other benefits, like you're able to respond faster, which is a risk reduction type, and you're able to respond to more things, which is another risk reduction type response. But there's also a very tangible ROI. This is work that was previously done manually, repetitively, day in, day out, that is now automated.
And that's the stuff I look forward to, because I love it when, especially if it's automated identification that goes, you just do the same thing over and over again.
Yeah.
I could do that for you. Why don't you worry about this part over here? This thing, you've been doing, every case you do this. Let's just move over here and let you take care of that.
And we also identify those opportunities for automation for you, because when we record, we identify what is repetitive on our own. And by the way, we would not identify the non-repetitive things. Almost by definition, this is not how it works. So the things that are one-offs, yes, you can unleash the investigator on them now that we've released it.
Okay.
But we still keep the humans involved, and in the image, we just keep them doing the things that they're good at. Because let's be honest, like we're not good at doing the same thing over and over and over again without fail. We get bored. We get bored and we forget. I do. I know. No. But so the repetitive things the machine takes, the less repetitive things are handed over still to human, but with the assistance of the AI.
Well, that sounds really fun. I hope I get a copy of it for free real soon.
Just for you.
Yeah. Well, Eli, thank you so much for joining me today. It was my pleasure to talk to you. To learn more about Legion Security, please visit securityweekly.com/Legion RSAC. For all of our RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. And if you'll hang around, we got more content coming with right after this. See you there. Oh my, well, welcome back to the afternoon here in San Francisco, where it is sunny and it is nice. They weren't kidding. And it's RSAC 2026. Joining me today is Phil Calvin, the Chief Product Officer at Delinea. Did you get it right that time?
You got it right.
Okay,
yeah,
I keep wanting to make it something else, but thank you for being down here, Phil.
Glad to be here. It's a beautiful day here, isn't it? It's very
It
nice.
actually is, yeah. I've been here before when it was all cloudy and weird, but it's so gorgeous now.
Summers here are pretty cold.
Yeah,
it's pretty funny.
Unfortunate that I kept to look at it through the window, but we tried shooting outside and it got a little crazy.
Yeah, a little bit.
Marching bands, protesters, whatever. It was all kind of nuts. So one of the things I know you want to talk about and your company represents is about identity management. And I've been obsessed with identity management as long as I've been involved in technology, whether it was in a computer lab in 1981, just trying to, where I did identity management.
Right.
Somebody walked in that lab and I went, "Who are you?
Yeah.
Come here. Wait, come here.
Yeah.
No, I don't know you. And that was a pretty good control.
Yeah, back then it was definitely a great control.
Yeah, but today we don't have that luxury. Things have spiraled out of control and we still don't have a good solution, or do we?
I think, well, I'll give you what I think the journey that we're on. And so, if you start back in the day, the way you got access to a system was you walked in and there was some sort of gatekeeping, whether it was a human or you had to log in or you had to be physically in the room. And then you fast forward and then VPNs get it and you don't even have to physically be in the room. You still have to log in, right? So, but that sort of just expanded the network. Right. And then, the web takes over and all of a sudden the VPN doesn't even make as much sense. You're using SaaS apps and all this kind of stuff. And so the instead of it being sort of a physical layer or a network layer or any sort of coordination, what the barrier now is the identity. That's your security barrier. And so there's two parts to identity really that we see. There's the authentication side where I prove that I'm me. Okay. So that's when I do my login or whatever it is. And then there's the authorization side, and that's where I'm trying to do something, and am I actually authorized to do that at that point in time? And what we're trying to do is bring continuous authorization to the enterprise. So you basically, you have this notion of I can do this now, but if I'm trying to do, say, a different operation at 12 p.m. tonight, maybe conditions are different and I'm not allowed to do it.
Okay, that makes sense to me. And so as we move into that space, our previous approach, so these PAMs and things like that are starting to become less effective, right? They're just not really reaching that level of penetration that we need.
Yeah, the problem becomes you have static credentials everywhere. Yes. You have static privileges sitting around. And so what you have is you have these overprivileged accounts that are sitting there. So consider an enterprise admin that controls essentially the keys to the kingdom to Active Directory, for the sake of argument. That is a highly privileged, super sensitive account. That shouldn't be sitting there standing privileged in order to be taking over. You should only be able to move into that enterprise admin role or that enterprise admin use case when and if you need it and if you're actually authorized to do it through policy or conditions or operating from a ticket or whatever it happens to be.
And so sliding in and out of that role has always been the biggest problem. So this is in a Linux term, that's the SU problem. And I've seen that many, many times in companies where we were auditing them for HIPAA, we were auditing them for SOX or whatever, and they would just be like, well, everybody runs as root.
Right.
And I'm like, you really shouldn't do that. There's two problems there for me.
Yeah.
One is you shouldn't be root all the time.
Yes.
And two is, I want to know why and who you are when you become root.
Yes, and what are you trying to do when you become root?
Exactly.
So like a lot of companies would simplify it and they make a sudoers file that you're allowed to go in and do something and all that kind of stuff. But that's sort of a blanket like, okay, I can sudo. Well, I can maybe sudo to reboot a service, or I can sudo to actually exfiltrate some data. Mm-hmm. Those are not the same things. So we try and put the granular privilege, and we call it just in time or just enough privilege.
Okay, well, we should talk more about that, because I had a problem with sudo.
Yeah.
Because my problem was, what difference does it make? I was like, I remember having this argument with an external auditor from a very large company who was getting in my face about that was the solution to the whole problem. Because I was like, what difference does it make?
Yeah.
If I SU and become root, or I type sudo, and in fact, I type sudo so much, I've worn the letters off the SU key, and I just went ahead and put on F7, if I hit F7, it types sudo.
Right.
So I'm like, what difference does it make? It's pointless at that point. Granted, there's a system level thing, but
But if there's no actual gate, it doesn't do anything.
No,
Yeah.
I was like, all I did was I dumped everybody that used to type SU and log in as root into a sudo file, and that's it. And it didn't solve the problem.
Right, and so what we try to do is we try and essentially put that policy, that authorization policy, into something that's more global to a company, so that if I'm on a particular Linux machine or I'm on a Windows machine and I want to run with privilege to do a particular command, then that goes to the Delinea authorization policy and says, yes, I can do that, or I can't do that. And so what it does is gives the policy under control of the company, but doesn't get in the way of the individual that's still trying to do their commands.
And so you call that just in time?
Yeah.
Because I remember I worked at a very large Federal Reserve Bank once, and one of the things that they had there was when it was physical again, but when they were going to carry these big things of money from this, they had to put them in this weird, creepy elevator, and the drivers did not have keys to it.
Right.
So the drivers have the box, but the moment they need to move it, a guy has to come out of an armored booth and hand them a key that they then turn, and that opens the elevator. Then he closes it, goes back in his armored booth, it goes up, and then opens in somewhere else that they can't see.
Yeah, and somebody else has the ability to actually open those and take the cash out.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, it was an amazing physical security system because they literally have boxes full of money.
Yeah.
And they didn't even trust the armored car drivers, so they couldn't open the box. They could open the armored car, and they couldn't open the elevator. And the elevator was weird too. It was designed to be not big enough for a human.
Right. But big enough for the boxes.
The boxes were custom designed to slide in there, and then they only went up a little bit, but you couldn't get through there.
It's actually a really good analogy when you think about what just in time and just enough privilege is. Because so, for example, pretend the guards are not, the drivers are not like nefarious, but they could be hijacked and they could be threatened.
Absolutely.
Right.
And
so
that
even
was the whole point.
and that's the whole point. And so, if you apply that to the modern internet and the modern enterprise, you have that, but you have cloud native applications, you have traditional Linux applications, you have Windows applications, and so you have this blast radius across your entire network.
And that blast radius picture used to be bad.
Yeah.
I mean, now it's unbelievable.
There's been this explosion of identities. So if you look at sort of the, companies definitely are adding people and all that kind of stuff, but the explosion of non-human identities, either machine-to-machine communication, service accounts that are proliferating and sprawling, or then the agentic revolution where agents are being spun up. It's almost like a 10 or 20 to or 100 to 1 to non-human to human identities, and that just creates just an exponential risk for companies.
Which sounds like such a bad. I mean, one side of me says that's awesome.
Yeah.
Another side of me says that sounds like such a bad idea because I can't even manage my humans. Let's go ahead and create a bunch of ephemerals that exist very temporarily in my network and want access to everything I have briefly, and then go away and are never seen again. And that just sounds absolutely terrifying.
Uncontrolled, absolutely it is. I think one of the things that we want to try and do with our platform is bring that sort of explosion of identities and that explosion of information into something that's coherent that a CISO or somebody can actually understand. So I can actually see these MCP servers and actually communicate with them and get in path of what's going on there. I know which identities are created because we discover what's going on in AWS or Azure or what's happening behind your firewall and your traditional infrastructure, and put it into a package that our customers can actually understand and understand where they need to put their efforts around.
Because so much of that sounds very Wild West. I mean, not what you're saying, but in general, it sounds like very Wild West, terrifying. Because if my network has expanded from my little prim, suddenly I'm connected to another prim and another prim, and I'm connected in a cloud, and maybe I'm connected to some of these other clouds over here, and my third-party provider's connected to those clouds, and the third-party provider's sending, and I'm like, wait, because the security analyst in me is going, nope.
You're 100% correct on that, and because if you think about how quickly it is you can spin up an entire virtual private network and set that up on AWS or Azure, and you can have that scripted to spin it up, do some work, spin it down, you have to get your arms wrapped around that in terms of who's doing what their authorization is, and get control of that identity sphere.
And I think there's a great tendency also with these ephemeral type things like that to just sort of treat them like they're not real threats. I mean, I saw that with people, basically doing that, and then they don't try to control the access levels and who can touch it and what can touch it as much. And if it's unseen, if it's this unseen world of agentic AI, it's going to be a tough sell as an auditor when I go in and go, you need to know who every one of these little pips is and what they're doing and what they can touch and when they touched it, and that's tough.
Well, so there's a couple of lenses on that. First is the governance model and the auditing model, and so we try and give a clear model of these are your identities out here, these are the permissions that they actually have, and these are the permissions that they've actually used. And the flip side of it is for developers that are creating these applications or they're creating these agents, a lot of times when they create this agent needs this identity, they're just going to use the default. Just give me everything and I'll figure out what I want later and I'll secure it later and bring it into just enough privilege under that and control the actual privilege. But that second part never happens. The reason it never happens is if you and I are working on a computer and we don't have access to do something, we're going to go squawk to our manager or our boss or somebody and say, I need access to do this. If you're in a machine-to-machine or an agent and they're trying to do something they can't do, it'll just break. So it's just going to stop. And so, and all of a sudden, like you've got a service account that you try to right size its privileges and your systems are offline. And so, having the visibility into the actual permissions and capabilities that are needed is super important.
Because that's a thing I always found very difficult to do. I mean, and as a human, I didn't quite have the capacity to do it when it went beyond like, okay, I want this one instance. You know, there's 30 engineering students who use this instance. Okay, I can handle that.
Yeah.
I got 300 engineering students who are using 4 instances. I can probably handle that. But suddenly I've got, I remember doing an audit on a company that had like 35,000 employees and maybe like 250,000 customers, just in one country. And all of them had privileges, all of them had access. And this didn't even include agentics, chat bots, whatever. And it was just overwhelming at that point because just the map of who can touch this.
A lot of times that is the most salient question that a lot of our CISO customers are looking at is they don't even know where to start because they've got 30,000 identities and maybe 100,000 machine identities and they have no visibility. So they don't even know where they should start.
Right.
And so part of our platform is an extensive amount, what we call continuous discovery. And discovery allows to give the CISO the opportunity to know where to start. This is what I should look at. This is my highest risk set of accounts. This is my next high, and I can create a work plan. And then I can say, well, I'm first going to secure all my AD servers because anybody that enterprise AD or enterprise admin, then I'm going to control my principal accounts in my clouds. And I'm going to start putting some boundaries around those things to prevent the ability for people to spin up nefarious or malicious systems inside my accounts.
So then we could create hierarchies of where these things sit in terms of how risky they are, which was exactly what we did in physical security.
Exactly.
It just became impossible when this problem set grew beyond our ability to have a guy with a clipboard check off the people coming through the door.
That's exactly, again, coming back to your the armored car analogy. You want to basically, the person that can actually unlock the and actually take the cache out, that's one of your highest level parts of security because then you can take it out. Same thing, your service principal account in your cloud provider can actually spin up new VPCs and do all these things. So you want to control that, and you want to make sure that has just-in-time access.
And that's a terrifying control right now for me as well because I had somebody contact me just recently and they were asking me a question about. He said, so do you think it's a problem that I've got employees that are using all these AIs? And I was like, well, how are they using them?
Right.
I mean, it's a problem if they're using it at all. I mean, if they're asking ChatGPT for advice, sorry, ChatGPT, but you need controls around that too. Yeah. But if they're spinning up ephemerals, are those AIs are spinning up ephemerals because the AIs can make other AIs can make other AIs. And now you've got agentic AI all over the place that was spun up by stuff, and you have no idea what's there.
And the interesting thing is, you've got the agents that are working, but then there's this technology called MCP servers, which is basically a standard where the agents can communicate to machines via their standard API. So your Salesforce or your ServiceNow or your Delinea API. And now you have agents that can sort of speak semantically to a traditional API and do interesting things. And so now you have to figure out
interesting things. I like how you put that.
You tell them a computer
thing like, what if I push this button?
Yeah. And so you need your authorization system to be in path of that kind of world.
Oh, that worries me. I'm glad you're on it. So you recently acquired Strong DM, right?
We did,
for this purpose.
Yeah. So we've been looking at what's broadly called the non-human identity world for quite a while.
Yeah.
And, we always look at do we build it, do we buy it, do we partner to get into it, and all this kind of stuff. And we made the decision to buy, and we looked at StrongDM, and if you just give you a little bit of a background on them, what they do is basically just enough and just-in-time privileges to any sort of cloud resources like Kubernetes or Azure Portal or your CSP or databases and all that kind of stuff. And so it's I'm a giant fan of the technology. I mean, we just bought the company, so I should be a giant fan of the company. But when I look at an acquisition, I sort of look at it in three parts. First part is it architecturally, is it compatible with what we're doing? Because we're a platform company, we're going to integrate everything into one platform. Right. Is that going to be easy, hard, or impossible? And StrongDM had a very compatible mental model for their platform. There'll be parts that we have to work. I look at the engineering hygiene that they had. Are they building with quality? Are they building with appropriate modern automation and all that kind of stuff? And then how's the team? Is the team going to work with us? Are we going to have fun culturally? Because building software is hard. You got to have fun with people that are doing it. And honestly, the StrongDM team checked all those boxes for me as a strategic fit plus the intangibles.
I think it's something that's needed. Like I said, it's been a problem for as long as somebody's been checking off a clipboard at a door, and somebody put on a fake mustache to get in. Literally, you think about it. Identity problems are some of the oldest problems that we've ever had, regardless of technology. It's always been an issue. Who gets into the Roman Forum?
Yeah, and it's really a problem across the entire workforce. It's not just your privileged user that can go into AD. I'm sure my CFO would say that it's privileged to go into NetSuite and see our details, and go into our financial systems and see our details. Yes. And so you want to manage that level of access just as much as you want. You're going to have to,
because so many of those low-level tasks are going to get reassigned to agentic AI.
Exactly.
And as that happens, that becomes an even bigger threat, because now you've got all these things just all over the place. It's very, very terrifying to me. I'm glad you're on it. I'm glad you got to come down here. Phil, thanks for joining me today. It was really fun. I wish we had all day to talk about this. Unfortunately, we don't. But if you want to learn more about Delinea, please visit securityweekly.com/Delinea RSAC for full RSAC 2026 coverage right here from CyberRisk Alliance. Visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. And if you'll hang around, we got some more cool interviews coming right up. So hang in there.
Awesome.
Welcome to RSA 2026. I'm Mike Shima. Joining me today is Sashwat Sehgal, CEO and co-founder at P0 Security. Sashwat, thanks for being here.
Good to be here.
So happy to have you. And one of the things we wanted to talk about was AI is everywhere. Let me dive into one of the things that was, to me, really funny from a security perspective. OpenClaw. Everybody wanted to download OpenClaw. It was like almost like an RCE or a named vulnerability that people are excited to download and install. That's got to be a pain. That's got to be a headache for organizations. How do you see them dealing with that, or even aware of that in the first place?
You nailed it, right? First step is even being aware of things that exist, and that's been a challenge with AI in general. Technology has evolved so fast. Anecdotally, I think of myself as someone who's on the bleeding edge of technology in my day-to-day, whether it's my personal life or whether it's my professional life. I cannot stay on top of the latest and greatest in agentic. I just cannot, right? Every other day it feels like there's a new agentic framework that's coming on. So, and this is literally what I do for a living, right? If I cannot do that, what chance do security teams in large Fortune 100 organizations have, right? It's the first time in my career that I've seen technology evolve at such a frightening pace, and it's the only thing that's even scarier is that this is probably going to continue for a while.
Oh, it absolutely is,
Yeah.
and I think to your point, last year MCPs are really, really cool, and this year I'm starting to hear, well, maybe MCPs are over. We'll just go straight to the CLI. But the reason I bring that up is also the original MCP protocol spec didn't even mention authentication authorization. A little bit of OAuth, OIDC came later. I'm introducing that concept of identity because you say bleeding edge, but there's got to be some basic groundwork that bleeding edge still needs to be secured. That, is identity still a bleeding edge and cool thing these days?
100%. And I think fundamentally, every organization, large or small, has to solve one problem well, and that is, how do we manage access?
Okay.
What is access? Access can be, if you start from first principles, access can be broken into three components. First is connectivity, second is authent, third is auth, or authentication and authorization, right? Those three always collectively make up access. And that has been as true 30 years ago when we were living in a world of data centers. And it was true 10 years ago when the cloud started. And arguably it's truer than ever before, even now in the age of agentic, right? Let me take a simple example. 30 years ago, what did privileged access look like? Well, to answer that question, we have to answer first, what was a privileged asset?
Okay.
Privileged asset 30 years ago used to be a DB admin account or a root account on a physical server or a physical database that was kept within a data center. If an employee wanted to get privileged access, they had to do three things. They had to first get to the edge of the network, or in other words, solve the connectivity problem.
Yep.
They did that using a VPN. Then they had to solve the authent problem. They did that using a password which was kept in a vault. And last but not the least, they had to solve the authorization problem, right? Which was relatively easy back then. But again, the three problems existed. The technology was different, but the three problems are always there. And fast forward to today, when we are talking about agents, whether they are running locally, whether they're running in the cloud, right? Connectivity problem is really just solved by the internet. But the authentication and the authorization problems are bigger than ever before.
And especially the authentication, because to your point about we have had this in the sense of I'll throw in the microservice architectures. This service identity, should it talk to this other service? A lot of that type of authorization.
Yeah.
But when we get into agents, how much are you seeing that, this agent should be working with Mike's on my behalf, or this agent is actually its own identity and we need agent name identity
Absolutely.
itself?
This is probably the single biggest problem in identity security today. And again, from my vantage point, I try to draw the trends that have been set in motion 10, 15, 20 years ago. Mm-hmm. And it's very clear that 30 years ago, the constraint used to be connectivity and authentication, and increasingly those two problems are getting commoditized, and the constraint is, the biggest unsolved problem is authorization, which is does an agent, should it have the right level of authorization to a sensitive data? What about if it's acting on behalf of a user? What about if it's acting on behalf of another agent? What if it's acting by itself, right? All of those are very hairy problems with no easy solutions. The best anyone has come up with is that you have to make a decision about an agent's authorization at runtime with the right level of context, right? In other words, it's still very much an authorization problem that the world is trying to address.
And that context, I want to tease out that out a little bit more, because listing off, you need that connectivity, authentication, authorization. Sounds like three simple steps, but there's got to be, you must have like a mental list of, before I'm a developer, before I send something off to prod, what do I need to have in place, or what's the minimum bar should be before this gets blessed into prod? We only have 15 minutes. I know the list could be long.
I know. Well, it's when you're shipping off an agent to production, right? You absolutely got to ensure that the agent has some guardrails to your sensitive assets, right? Start there. I'm going to assume that authentication and connectivity are more or less solved problems, which may or may not be true, by the way, right?
Fair.
Like, for example, you still want to ensure that the agent credentials are issued in a short-lived manner, and they conform to the best practices of strong credentials, strong passwords, whatever the form factor of those credentials are, right? But as far as authorization is concerned, you want to make sure it is fully governed, it has a human owner, it's being tracked and it's being maintained according to some organizational best practice. And then you want to make sure it has the right guardrails to your sensitive assets, whether though that is customer data, whether that's company data, financial data. Every company has a different set of sensitive data and sensitive applications and sensitive infrastructure, right? So you need to make sure it's got, to the extent possible, least privilege, or more importantly, governed access, right? With some guardrails in place. And then the most important thing is that you need to make sure that at runtime, you're getting the context from various systems, right? What are those systems? They could be your HRMS system, right? As an example, if it's an agent, if it's a customer success agent, you want to make sure that it's getting context from a ticketing system, right? You only want that HRMS system to ensure that it's got access to customer data only during the time window when there is a customer success ticket running. Or there's a coding agent with access to production. You only want to make sure it's got access to your production during the time and a production incident is running, right? So it needs to have some level of context into your system, and then you need to ensure that at runtime its access is being granted in a short-lived, just-in-time manner according to that context.
Yeah, and especially that just-in-time access feels like such a great way of just controlling the risk. It's going to get leaked at some point, but if you can be confidence that the window of exposure was so small, that's a comforting feeling.
Yeah.
And I appreciated the list you gave me, and to be fair, that very much answered my question, but it feels like it was also kind of like the ideal world. That's how things should be. I suspect the real world is a bit messier, and especially with agents. Talking about OpenClaw, shadow AI sneaks in, developers are moving very quickly. Who knows what agent frameworks they're using these days? You pointed that out as well. Is that governance keeping up with the developers, or how the heck can it keep up?
No, it cannot, right? Its technology is moving just too fast, and for any security leader who attempts to put in these guardrails on right now, there is always a trade-off in slowing down the pace of innovation in an organization, which is not a decision anyone wants to make. No. Right? It's not a hill anyone wants to die on. No. Right? But again, if you've been a student of history, you'll see the same patterns repeating time and time again. When the cloud started, it was the same story, right? Hey, fantastic. Our TCO is going to go down dramatically. We don't need to worry about capex. Everything is opex, right? And you know, early years it was lift and shift, and then suddenly you realize that there are all of these security nightmares ongoing in your production clouds, and we're still fixing them. We're still fixing the sins of the past, right? And to some extent, a large part of what is happening with agentic and AI is part of the same, right? But the first step is always being aware that the problem exists. And if you don't know a problem exists, you'll never be able to solve it, whether reactively or proactively.
Yeah, and I think on that theme, you've been rightly pointing out, like the cloud S3 buckets. That was a classic case of authentication and authorization wasn't great by default. But organizations have had these tools for identity, from when it was the early days of just terminals to the cloud to agents. What are they missing? Like, are these tools not keeping up, or are they just not using them right? What's missing from today?
Great question. I think there are two things that are missing. One is technological, and the second is organizational. And let me cover both of these one by one. Okay. Let me cover the technological aspects first. Historically, identity security has always been synonymous with, as I mentioned earlier, around controls for authentication or controls for network level access, right? Authentication controls could mean setting up a vault and making sure your credentials are stored, vaulted, so on and so forth. Mm-hmm. And network level controls mean put up your bastions, your gateways, your proxies, your hosts, servers. Like, these come in various different names, but the concept is very much that put in some gateway that controls access.
Yes.
But increasingly in a cloud first and an agentic first world, you are not controlling network traffic, you're not controlling username, password, you are controlling an identity making an API call to a sensitive data, right? It could be a user trying to SSH into an EC2, it could be a user trying to get into an S3 bucket, it could be an agent trying to make a tool call, it could be someone trying to connect to run a query, run an LLM via an MCP onto your Salesforce data. The fundamental thing that is common across all of these is that everything is an API call. Everything is an API call whose authorization and whose scope needs to be governed, right? So that is the first piece that I was talking about, the technical problem. The technical problem in identity security is that we've just not thought about authorization as a control point. People like to say that identity is the control point. I'll take it one step further. Identity is the new perimeter and authorization is its control point, right? So that's the first thing that needs to change, that there needs to be a recognition that authorization is fundamentally this biggest blocker or towards in this new enterprise architecture that we're talking about. And the second piece, as I said, is organizational, right? Identity is something that is so foundational to an enterprise security stack. It touches every team within an organization. And when something touches every team, it affects the workflows of every team. There's obviously some resistance to change, right?
It's human nature.
It's human nature. You can't just change things overnight, because you can tell people it's important, but it's not core to their day-to-day job. A developer doesn't get up in the morning thinking about, I need to make sure my identity is correct, right? It needs to work seamlessly behind the scenes. It has to work seamlessly behind the scenes, but it's more organizational, because you need to ensure people are nudged in the right direction. And it's this confluence of technological and human factors which brings us to where we are.
Absolutely, and I appreciate that focus at the end there on, it's still people, regardless of how much we're talking about LLMs, agents, still people reasoning, still people considering what should those control points be. So that's a great message, Shashwat. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to be here.
Happy to have you here. To learn more about P0 Security, please visit securityweekly.com/P0RSAC. And for all of our coverage from RSAC 2026, check out securityweekly.com/RSAC. Stick around. We'll be right back after the break.
Welcome to RSAC 2026. Again, I'm Doug White, and joining me today is Christy Wyatt, the president and CEO at Absolute Security. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having us.
It was exciting to see you on my sheet. I was happy to hear from you.
We're excited. It's another RSA.
Well, yeah, any RSA that we survive, right, is like another one that
They're
we
always
get to
super fun. It's like old home week.
It is. I mean, and I'll say that the broadcast alley has almost never changed.
Yeah.
So it is definitely like that, where you come back every year and go, wait, which year is this? Because I walked in this morning, I was like, will it be different? Nope. And in fact, I think our booth's in this, and I left my coffee cup, you know. But yeah, it is like old home week here at this. You wanted to talk about downtime today, I think, because you sent me a title and said "Downtime: The New Economic Threat." I might say, I don't know, is it a new economic threat, or is it a threat that's existed for a long time? I mean, I think maybe we're just now realizing it's as big of a threat as it is. Was that fair?
Certainly downtime is not a new thing, but I think our focus has really been on helping people articulate, you know, where is the real loss in a cyber event? Where are companies really losing? And we get very focused on the breach itself and the bad actor and the clever tricks that were sort of involved in getting there. And we sort of lose focus when we start talking about this long tail of recovery time. And if you look at where a company's really losing money, that is how long does it take you to get your business back up and online? And so this concept of resilience is, you know, how do we help companies really shorten that time?
Yeah, I mean, I've obviously dealt with this for a long time. I mean, as a consultant, I've had companies call me and ask me, you know, especially early going, where they couldn't quite conceptualize it. But I remember when I worked at the Federal Reserve, they had a timer, you know, for the mainframe being down, and you had to start the timer if the thing crashed. And that was a very expensive minute as it ticked down, and it was very frightening. And I think when I started doing audits of companies and looking at this, a lot of them didn't understand this at that level. They had a high level understanding. It was kind of like saying, my house could catch on fire. I mean, and that's a terrifying thought. And this was the analogy I used. I said, you don't want your house to burn. Okay, got it. But if it did, what would you lose? Oh, the house, okay. Well, what's in the house?
Yeah.
And then it gets weird after that.
Or the rebuilding of the house, right? I think a great to build on your analogy, right? We get very focused on what was in the house when it disappeared, but literally how long is your family going to be floating and figuring out, and you're building and you're planning? And that's when we look at organizations, and we started talking to a lot of CISOs and asking them about rebuilding the device, rebuilding the business processes, getting people back online. And it felt like there was this very disconnected conversation where we'd say, well, we're in and we're figuring out the breach. And then I'd say, well, how do you get folks back online? Especially when you have remote workers. And the answer too frequently was, well, you box up your laptops and you ship it back to the home base. And it's going to take weeks. We'll send you a new one. Or my favorite response was always, well, the tech people will take care of that. Like there was this passing of the baton on to some other part of the organization where these magical tech people would make it all kind of come back to life. And in the meantime, to your point, the clock is ticking, right? And your customers aren't being able to purchase your products. You can't make payroll. There's a ton of things that are going on. I wrote an article a few months ago talking about the cybersecurity poverty line. I think it's 1 in 5 small businesses never recover from a cyber event because they can't get back online. They've lost too much, and so it's not recoverable.
Even medium-sized businesses. I mean, every business has got some time horizon somewhere that is how long can you be down.
Yeah.
And in the early going, I was looking at things from the perspective of, well, we can probably survive. If all of our point of sale cash registers stop, the clerks will just ring it up and write it on a little pad, but that's not true today.
Absolutely.
I mean, if you're down, it could be a worldwide outage, as we see all the time, right?
Right.
And so I think your point about recovery becomes a huge part of this. I mean, it's not just when did it stop, it's how long can you stay down here? How long before your customers start finding other ways to do things, and then how long to get back up to where you have to be.
Where you can start transacting business. And our observation was that while organizations were rehearsing and having tabletop exercises around the detection and the prevention and even the stopping of the attack, this whole long tail was not as thoroughly rehearsed or tested. And so we heard all sorts of interesting stories about where those processes broke when tested in real life. and I think that's, our focus is on whether we're talking about keeping applications up and running so that they're protecting you, whether we need to rebuild devices remotely because they've become compromised by ransomware or something else. Right? How do we minimize that downtime and make sure that you can get back to your customers?
I agree with that. I mean, I think that's very, very important. I think exercising it is very important. I mean, is that something you found in your studies? Is that
we try to? We were talking earlier. We've been trying to quantify, give people a framework and a language for how we measure the value of resilience. And so we do think that the metric is really downtime, right? It's how long are you down? And against that, can we quantify, well then, where are you comfortable? And the analogy that I like to draw is sort of in the financial industry, we have very mature frameworks for how we talk about risk and fraud, and it's very clear to have very straightforward to have a conversation about what your risk appetite is and how much are you willing to absorb. I think we need to come up with those same frameworks for cyber risk and for cyber resilience so that boards can really have a conversation that says, how long can we really withstand being down? And are we investing enough to make sure that we can withstand the attack, not just the initial attack, but the entire event?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I mean, it's very easy, at least in what I observed talking with people about these things, for them to say, it'll be fine. Like you said, the magic IT people will ride in on horses and everything will be restored. It's another thing entirely to actually deal with that kind of resilience. Because like, for instance, a client I had, I gave them a scenario. It was pretty dire, I admit. I'm a little, hyperbolic. But, I was saying, their entire data storage unit was in this spot. And I said, what if this part of the building collapsed? What would happen then? And they immediately started with the magic IT. And I said, but here's the catch. Sorry, IT guys. The IT people were in the building when it collapsed. And I was like, so now what do you do? And, and they were like, yeah. But then Hurricane Katrina happened. And that part of the building collapsed. IT people were fortunately not there, but they're not magic either. And when they went to start trying to put things back, what that company had planned with a cold site and all these things turned out to not be very effective at all. And the downtime just was like, we have no idea.
Yeah.
This may be months. And they're like, what do you mean months? And I remember a CEO yelling, not at me, but just yelling that, why can't we do it the old way? And they were all like, nobody knows what the old way was.
Yeah. Well, we're definitely not going back to the old way because I think, whatever that was, because I think, first, if we just sort of look at the last few years, right, we had the pandemic, which means we have distributed workforces. So the old way would have involved walking over to somebody's desk, maybe with a thumb drive and saying, here, let me help you. That's not really accessible to us anymore. We now have systems in, cages or in restricted areas or in people's living rooms, and so that's just not really going to be scalable. The technology is not going to be the same, right? So we've made it 5 minutes without saying the word AI, but now we have to invoke it. Sorry. The technology stack is dramatically transforming, and so now you have these other areas of risk or of opportunity, but with opportunity comes risk, where we're introducing new controls, new technology on top of these very complex stacks that were already fragile, right? And so those things are going to have good days and bad days as well. So there's not a lot like the old days anymore, right? And so we really have to think about every layer of these devices, every layer of the applications we rely on, and ask ourselves, how do we keep them up and how do we keep them running? Because we can't go back to the old way.
And there's another layer there too, I think, beyond all that. I agree with you 100%. There's another layer beyond that, which is called, what about the impact of non-localized phenomenon where an AI control engine in, I don't know, Hyderabad goes down and we rely on that completely for our stuff right here.
Yeah.
And that may be almost completely beyond our control without service level agreements with that entity. to do this, and I think we're losing that thread of service level agreements a little bit.
Service level agreements are only going to help you when you're deciding who's at fault and who needs to pay. I think
true.
And it's a good way of testing whether you can withstand, but ultimately I think independently you have to ask yourself, have I thought about how to heal things when they break? Have I thought about how to work around them when they're not available? And it's the basic stuff that we find organizations get tripped up on. I had one organization talk about how they had trained everybody with their what they call their break glass scenario with thumb drives, and it was understood that here's the subset of people that would need to connect first, and they would stick this into a side of a system and boot off of that thing. Right. What they didn't realize is that thing had aged 6 months, and some of the tools that were on that were actually now out of date and no longer able to connect to their network. So they find themselves isolated and broken off. And that's what I mean about the rehearsing, right? We have to be thinking in real time whenever we're evolving our frameworks, and whether it is our how we do our work or how we protect our work, we also have to be thinking about how do we recover our work and how do we keep our business connected.
I'm glad you're saying that, because it's something I have said many times. I've tried to force people to test many times because I got sick of hearing some litany, and here's another litany for you. 800 megahertz radio. We were doing all these disaster tests that I wrote for various emergency people. And this is not really a business downtime issue, but it's actually in some ways worse. This was a human impact downtime issue. How do we get all these agencies back up, right? And over and over, and I kept pulling the rug out from under them with all their usual. They were like, well, if that fails, we'll use our cell phones. I was like, okay, your cell phones just failed. And they're like, oh, and it was always the same thing. We'll use the 800 megahertz radios. And so one time we got to this point and I said, I want you to get me an 800 megahertz radio and let you and I have the rest of this conversation on it. And they could not find one within the entire municipality that actually had batteries that would work. And they spent hours trying to find just 2 of these stupid things. They were dilapidated, they were rotted, the batteries had destroyed themselves. It was unbelievable. And it's just so hard to get people to go down that road and test these things. Can you restore a backup? Just show me. Don't just tell me you can, because I know you'll tell me you can. Show me. Do it. And then you get, well, we couldn't do that right now. And that can cost you, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you guys just did and you're starting to do a study that you were telling me about earlier, where you're starting to push even deeper into this.
Yeah. So our unique focus is on resilience on the endpoint. So things with keyboards predominantly, because we believe that's kind of where the user needs you the most. And so for the 6th year now, we've put out a report where we actually try to measure the fragility and the corresponding sort of resilience of these devices. Our platform is embedded in the unflashable part of the firmware, so in the hardware itself of over 600 million devices. And so when you activate us, right, we are essentially protecting the device from within. If you are relying on a CrowdStrike or an Intune or a Tanium, and you've set a policy that says protect these things, we're going to make sure that they're always working and that they're always on and that they're always installed and that they're always recovering when something goes wrong. So we measure on devices, how frequently does the critical cybersecurity applications we rely on actually fail? How many of them are on these devices? Year over year, are we seeing more or less agents on these devices? Are we seeing them more or less resilient? And so we just put out our latest report today, actually. And so the high level good news and bad news. Yes, you're going to continue to see more technology landing on these devices. I actually think that's going to just explode exponentially with the evolution of AI. So we've seen it growing incrementally year over year, but I think now as every single vendor is introducing new capabilities and new technologies, you're going to see that technology complexity explode. With complexity comes fragility, so that's when these applications break. The bad news is we didn't see that get better, right? We didn't see patching get better either, so we still see 170 plus days in terms of aging or delay in patching. So we didn't get better at that. We did not see ourselves get sort of more resilient. We did see more devices become AI ready, and we do see organizations leaning into AI. So we sort of see a little bit of this perfect storm sort of starting to brew. And my belief is that the faster that goes, right, the more organizations lean in and experiment and take advantage of all of the amazing capabilities of AI, we're going to get a lot of stuff right, and there's going to be a bunch of stuff that goes wrong. And so you kind of need to rely on your ability to, what I call the Wayback Machine, like hit the pause button and fix it quickly and get folks back up and on.
And I think one of the things about agentic AI is forcing us to start tracking at a much different level than, I mean, I've obviously been talking about high level, tracking for this kind of downtime, but what you're talking about is something, it's not that I didn't think it was important, it's just I didn't think it was doable.
Yeah.
I wasn't even getting people to adopt protection for their AD servers, let alone have the time to reach down. So you're starting to push into that space because we need to be there.
The good news is that every single device, every single PC in your organization likely already has this embedded. You just have to turn it on. And so if that means, as I said, if you set a policy that says, here are the cybersecurity applications I require in order to protect my organization, we'll make sure that they're running. If something goes horribly wrong, we can do something we call rehydration, which means we can remotely rebuild that device. So we can do a complete bit level wipe, issue a certificate, and then restore from bare metal remotely a device, hands-free. So whether it is a significant IT event or a ransomware attack, right? You don't need 3 weeks to package up devices and send them in and get them redone. You can do it in a matter of minutes, but you have to turn it on. Right, and I think the frustrating part for us is that this is inherent capability that everybody has access to. They just have to turn it on. So we do get a fair number of phone calls when somebody's in the middle of an event and they say, we're having an issue. Can you help us? And we're like,
if only
you turn it
called
on
before.
Yeah.
If you turn it on. All right. Well, Christy, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thanks
it was
for
a fun
having
conversation. If you want to learn more about Absolute Security, please visit securityweekly.com/absolute RSAC. For full RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. And if you'll stick around, there's even more interviews today. I don't think there's any more for me, so you'll have to be sad. But we have other people that are not quite at the same level, but it'll be okay. And I'll be back tomorrow, so hang in there. Thanks, Christy.
Thank you.
Welcome to RSAC 2026. I'm Joshua Marpet. Joining me today is John Wilson, Senior Fellow, Threat Research at Fortra. Thanks for being here, John. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Josh.
Not a problem at all. So do me a favor. Tell me about Fortra a little bit.
Yeah, so Fortra is a cybersecurity company.
Okay.
Didn't used to be. We basically grew by acquiring a bunch of small companies, kind of the best in their space in a number of different areas. I look at it kind of like putting together a jigsaw puzzle, and we finally have all the pieces, and it's just a matter of now getting them all to talk to each other, and we're pretty far along in that endeavor as well.
So is Fortra primarily a cybersecurity company now, or they do lots of different things?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And a services company, right?
Predominantly, though, products.
Really?
We also do offer some services, yes.
Okay, what kind of products do you have, if you don't mind me asking?
So we have email security solutions.
Okay.
We have human risk management, so essentially training.
That would be a good
phones.
idea, considering what we're going to talk about today.
Absolutely. We have things to help protect your brand. So if you may remember a company called Fish Labs, we acquired them, and they're part of Fortra, as well as Digital Guardian, so a little bit of data loss.
You got Digital
prevention.
Guardian?
Yeah, absolutely. So, so lots of little companies. I actually came in through the Agari acquisition.
Oh,
so you may have heard of Agari.
I remember Agari.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Oh, it's been a long time.
It has, indeed.
Wait, when was Agari acquired?
2021.
Okay, so I thought it was earlier than that, but
oh, don't I wish? No, I was employee number 4. Joined the company back in 2011 and was along for the entire ride. So that was.
So you've
exciting.
been with Agari and now Fortra for since 2011, 15 years, 16 years.
Exactly.
Woof! Wow! Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's nice to hear. That's nice to hear about a company these days. Honestly,
absolutely.
That they can retain employees that long.
Yeah,
it's not normal these days.
Yeah, it's not. And what I love about Fortra, I work with really smart people and really creative people, and that just is so much better than working at it. It's a larger company, larger than, of course, a small startup.
Right.
But I'm just working with such high quality people. It feels like I'm at a startup.
It is the nice being like I say it. I want to be the dumbest one in the room. Is the most fun because then I get to learn so much.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I don't like to be the very dumbest, but definitely somewhere in the middle. I
somewhere
definitely
want
to.
Yeah. I don't want to be the idiot in the room, just the dumbest one in the room.
Yeah.
All right. So I understand that you've released several different stories and ideas and briefings about Scattered Spider. And
Scripted Sparrow.
Scripted Spider.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Scripted Sparrow.
Scripted Sparrow. I'm
I
sorry.
myself have known to mix them up. So anyway,
I apologize. I've done so many news stories on both Security Weekly and Security Weekly News about all these different ones, and it seems that nowadays it's Cozy Bear and Scripted Sparrow, and
exactly.
It's a little crazy. So okay, so tell me about Scripted Sparrow.
So Scripted Sparrow is the most prolific business email compromise gang on the planet.
How big is it? Give me something to wrap my arms around.
Yeah, we estimate they send 6 million highly targeted messages every single day.
No. Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You said certain things that are contradictory of each other.
Yes.
6 million.
Yeah.
Every day.
Yeah.
And highly targeted.
Yes.
You've got to be kidding.
Sorry, first of all, I made a slight mistake. It's 6 million a month.
That's a little better.
A little bit
God.
better. But however,
they'd run out of people in a few months.
No, exactly. However, they are indeed highly targeted. They're targeting the accounts payable team at companies. And the funny thing is, we've seen like 3-person startups get hit. We've seen,
how big are the?
Yeah, and we've seen, multinational corporations, Fortune 50 companies get hit by these guys.
But it's always the accounts payable team?
It's pretty much always the accounts payable team. And what they do and what makes them unique is instead of impersonating the CEO, which used to be
everybody
the
knows
thing
about,
and everybody knows about, they impersonate a company that provides executive coaching. And they send an invoice to the accounts payable team, but they make the email look like there's a reply chain back and forth between them and the executive, telling them like, well, if you want to get paid, you got to send it over to my accounts payable team. I told you during, when we first got set up with that.
They're spoofing as if the relationship had already existed.
Exactly.
And we're just here to ask for our money.
Exactly. And they always ask for just a little below 50 grand. And I guess
Why?
I suspect it's because that's maybe the cutoff at which somebody's going to like do a little more research and maybe actually call the CEO to see, hey, did you actually, get executive coaching?
Okay, so why executive coaching? I don't understand. What's the big deal?
Well, for one, it's a good excuse to involve the executive who, if they said it was some sort of marketing expense, you're going to pick up the phone and call the marketing person and say, hey, did you really incur this expense? We don't have a PO for it, something. But if it's an executive, sometimes it's kind of like, I'm not going to call the CEO to bug them about a $49,000 invoice.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
That's interesting. So they're not just targeting accounts payable. They're targeting accounts payable with a spoofed history of emails.
Yes, with a lure that makes it look like there was history between them and the CEO.
Oh, wow. Okay, and they're doing 6 million emails a month to different 6 million different companies. You mean roughly?
Usually it's a handful of people at the same company.
Okay,
but
so
it's
probably about 1 million companies a month or something like that.
Oh yeah, easily.
That's a lot of companies.
That is a lot of companies.
Okay, and are they doing this just in the U.S.? Are they doing this?
So we've seen them hit mostly the U.S., but we've seen them hit Sweden. We've seen them hit the U.K. We've seen them hit Canada, Australia. So they do hit other locations. Now, I do have to say that the source of the cases that we investigate and we look into are predominantly U.S.-based companies, so that's what we're seeing.
So this is their Swedish division or something?
Exactly, and so they'll hit, say, the Swedish division of a company that's otherwise U.S.-based.
Okay, but they're hitting the Swedish division.
Yeah.
Are they doing it in English?
Sometimes English, sometimes Swedish. They pretty much will figure out what language their target most likely speaks, and they'll use that language.
What's the quality of the language? Like, is it good Swedish?
I
or is it Swedish Chef Swedish?
I suspect. Well, I don't think it's Swedish Chef, but I do think they're probably using an online translate app,
like Google Translate or something.
Exactly.
Okay. I mean, okay. What does this mean in terms of like they're going multilingual?
Yeah.
Like, what does this mean in terms of security?
Here's the thing. Those of us who speak English have been seeing BEC for years and years and years, particularly
Decades
the U.S.
At this point, yeah.
And now with AI, with really high quality translations, it just opens a lot more doors for the scammers. And the thing is, they don't see it as much in Sweden or Lithuania or various other countries. And so I think that these folks are not going to be as prepared for what a lot of us have been galvanized against here in the
That's
U.S.
fascinating.
Yeah.
They're not ready for it.
Well, exactly. They haven't seen it before. It's kind of a new scam to them,
Okay. Now, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Because we joke about the Nigerian scammers, right?
Yep.
And the bad English, which basically weeds out anybody that goes, wait, something's wrong with this English.
Mm-hmm.
It's a scam. I'm not going to deal with it. The ones that answer are the ones that are not ready for it, and they're going to answer and give them money.
Yeah.
Is it the same? Are these polished? Are these?
These are pretty polished, and in fact, they even change tone a little bit between their interaction with the CEO and the interaction with the accounts payable people.
As if it was really, hey,
Exactly.
CEO, what really?
Exactly.
And then, hey,
And
accounts
then a little
payable, we'd
more-
like to get money.
Exactly.
Dang, that is crazy.
And the English is, pretty much perfect. Now, there are occasionally some awkward turns, especially after you've gone back and forth a few times and they're wondering why the money didn't hit their account and things of that nature.
Right.
At that point, I think they're winging it a little more. We take them off script a little bit.
Right.
Yeah.
The same thing that the scammer hunters do.
Exactly.
Renewal
exactly.
poison.
Yeah, we call it scam baiting. And
scam baiting. Thank you. That's the term.
And in our, we have a whole team that does this at
No kidding.
Fortra, and it's our active defense team. And essentially, we source the, people attempt to attack our customers. They get forwarded to us. We change the names to protect the innocent. In other words, we anonymize it, and then suddenly the scammer's talking to one of our fake companies, and they think they sent the email to us. They don't go back and check because they're sending so many of these out a day, they don't even notice, hey, I did not target this particular company. And then we just go along and we get their bank accounts, we get their email addresses, we get their domains, and then we get that stuff shut down.
Oh, okay, wait a minute here. Okay, the term active defense or hackback or whatever has been a very controversial term for years now.
Oh, absolutely.
But what you're doing, scam baiting, is not that controversial.
No.
It is very normal for scam baiting to happen these days. And nobody seems to have a real problem with it because you're not attacking somebody who is potentially neutral. They're not routing a hack through a third party.
Exactly.
You're going straight to the source and going after bad people, let's be honest.
Precisely.
Okay?
Yep, and the other thing to bear in mind is that we practice what's known as active defense. So there's a paper that was written at the George Washington University called Into the Gray.
Good school.
And this describes this gray area between passive cyber or passive defense, which all of us do, and offensive cyber, which is best left to three-letter agencies. It's that gray area in the middle. Everything from information sharing, honeypots, tar pits, and things like scam baiting.
Scam baiting, right.
Botnet takedowns, things of that nature.
So, like, you go after, so, okay, somebody comes after a client of yours.
Mm-hmm.
The client goes, this is weird, sends it over. You're like, oh, no, this is bad.
Mm-hmm.
Then you're like, okay, we're going to take it. Are you cool with that? They go, yeah, take it, go for it.
Exactly.
You then can go and get them shut down. Okay,
exactly.
Great. You can get their website shut down, their bank accounts seized, their people arrested potentially. I don't know, but
I can't talk a whole lot about that because there are a couple cases that
still
we're involved in and still pending. But let's just say that, we're not content just to shut things down. The best way to shut down the scammers is, a set of golden handcuffs. Maybe not golden, silver whatever they make them.
Golden handcuffs are nice. Silver handcuffs are not so good.
Sorry, you used to be in law enforcement. You know more about the handcuffs. I fortunately have never encountered any in my personal life. So
but I was going to ask, how effective is it to actually shut their websites down? Websites are trivial to put back up.
It is. However, you have to remember they're sending out 6 million of these a month, and so they have a number of threads going with people that they've gone back and forth.
Threads.
So if we suddenly knock down their email, so the email starts bouncing and such, now wait a minute, that's a little strange. Why is
they got to start from scratch? Don't
exactly. So they kind of so we hope at least that we end up burning some of the operations where they were very close to getting a payout.
So you're actually doing almost charitable work in that the companies that aren't your clients, if you shut them down, that company doesn't get burned.
Exactly.
You're not getting paid by them, but it's still nice to know that you're protecting them as well.
Exactly.
Am I correct?
Absolutely.
Oh, that's nice.
And you may
That's
wonder,
really nice.
though, but what's in it for us, right?
Well, your clients are paying you, I'm sure, and that's
they
fine.
are. But there's another thing that we get out of it, and that is all of those IOCs that we get, so those domains, those email addresses, the patterns that we see in the email, that gets fed back into our products to make them stronger.
Okay, so you're building, it's not really threat intelligence? It is.
It is threat intelligence.
But it's an internal channel from your, not victims, from your antagonists.
Exactly.
That from your adversaries that you're feeding back in, hey, this is something we learned.
Mm-hmm.
Now, are you feeding that threat intelligence anywhere else, or is it?
Well, so we do. We feed it to the NCFTA, the National Cyber Forensics and Training Alliance.
That's really nice.
And through them,
they're actually a good group. I've
absolutely
worked with them before.
Yeah, exactly. I've loved going to their disruption conference. I've even spoken there a few times.
Very cool.
So, but yeah, we feed the information to them. We share it with some FSISAC members as well. And then of course we share it with registrars who can knock the domains offline.
Right,
we share it with some of the email providers when they use webmail. We'll get those knocked down as well. So, and then we share it with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police through the Canadian Anti-Fraud Center. We share it with the Secret Service, Interpol, the FBI, etc. So yeah,
solid.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take this discussion another direction just for a minute. Everybody, and I can't even tell you how many booths and buses and blackboard and billboards here I'm seeing about agentic AI, agentic AI, agentic AI. Protect against it, protect with it, protect near it, protect by it, whatever.
Exactly.
But you're not talking about that. This is
you're
talking
a
about
low-tech scam. This is classic social engineering, taking the easy computer to hack.
The wetware.
Precisely.
Okay, so you're protecting people from being hacked in stuff that we've been talking about in social and security awareness training for, 20 years now?
Mm-hmm.
And it's still a valuable piece of work to do. Am I hearing you right?
Absolutely. If you look at almost everything that happens, whether it's a ransomware attack, whether it's credential theft that leads to some other kind of attack, whether it's business email compromise, it almost always does involve a human, and very often it involves either an email, an SMS, or a phone call. Social engineering.
Classic.
You can build all of these amazing systems that'll detect stuff and whatever, but that's after somebody made a mistake and let that happen in the first place.
Okay, so you're here with a fairly decently large cybersecurity company.
Mm-hmm.
Doing a significant portion of your business is about an attack we've been talking about for 20 years, and we haven't patched because it's kind of tough to patch people.
Yeah, exactly. We try, though. We do have a human risk management product, essentially, that helps do phishing simulations, and one of the things that's unique about ours is we actually take real honest to goodness attacks that we're seeing, because we have plenty of examples. So we try to make the examples as relevant as possible instead of the standard like, oh, you're over quota on your email, click here to fix it. Yeah, everybody's seen that one. That one still comes in sometimes, but it's these more tricky ones that I think are more important to have people learn about because they're novel to most people. They haven't seen it before.
That's really, really cool.
Yeah.
John, thanks for joining us today.
Absolutely.
To learn more about Fortra, please visit securityweekly.com/FortraRSAC. For full RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Stick around, we'll be back after the break. Welcome to RSAC 2026. I'm Joshua Marpet. Joining me today is Ido Geffen, CEO and co-founder at Novi Security. Ido, thanks for being here. We really appreciate you being here.
Thank you for getting me in.
Not a problem at all. Not a problem at all.
Pretty excited.
So, Ido, I've got a question for you. Yeah. You're Novi Security, and by the way, I'm sorry. You just told me like 3 seconds ago. What does Novi stand for? It's an abbreviation.
Yeah, it's an acronym of No Vulnerabilities Exploitation Ever. So this is basically.
Okay, that's a bold claim, my friend.
We have a big vision. Yeah.
That's a huge, like that's basically going, oh yeah, come on, come at me. Like
exactly.
That's seriously a provocation, you know that, right?
Yeah. We're going to be the golden standard when it comes to finding vulnerabilities and fixing them before the bad guys can act. So
I have incredible respect, and I at this point it's like I want to grab a bucket of popcorn and wait, because that's going to be interesting. But okay,
yeah.
So you mentioned that, you know, Novi Security is AI pen testing, or as I like to call it, and I said I was going to do this to you, AI exploitability scanning. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But one of the things I asked you already was, why are you different? And you said, hey, all these founders have nation-state level offensive security expertise. Yeah. Can you expand on that? Who's your team? Like, talk to me.
Yeah, sure. So we have a really unique team when it comes to cyber and AI. All of the people in our team that are writing the prompts for the agents, for people that have real experience from nation-state level when it comes to finding zero-day vulnerabilities.
Okay.
So these are the guys that are really articulating their knowledge, their expertise into the hive mind of AI agents that we are developing.
You're developing. So you're using your own agent. You're not just a wrapper around anybody else's.
Yeah, that's a fair point. So part of what we are doing is we have few PhDs in our team that are specialized in AI.
Okay.
And we are training on our own AI model that being trained on tens of thousands of different applications and really fine-tuned to be the best in the world when it comes to finding vulnerabilities, and not just the surface level, but also business logic vulnerability.
Oh, I want to hit that in a second, but I want to ask you a question. So you wrote your own LLM.
So we are taking an open source LLM and fine-tuning it based the training that we have
over and over and over and over and over again. Okay.
Exactly.
How
Reinforcement learning,
How much time have you put into training this? Like, I'm honestly curious. I really am.
Yeah.
Like, how much time and effort have you put into training your LLM now? What do you think?
So it takes a few months in order to get into good results.
Okay.
And, you know, if you're looking even deeper, like there is a lot of different types of categories of different vulnerabilities. So each time we are training on a specific type of vulnerabilities, because the methodology, the way that you need to calculate those type of vulnerabilities is different.
Yeah, absolutely. Every vulnerability category is a fully different type. How you find it, how you discuss
validate it.
Not inventory, but discovery of it, attacking it, all that kind of stuff. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so you're spending the training time on training this LLM on every single different category of vulnerability.
Yeah. And to be honest, the hardest part is not the training itself, is setting the infrastructure for being able to do so. So what we did, we took thousands of different applications that you have over the internet,
right?
And now making them run in a live way. And then you have like a real environment that you can train your models to run upon.
Oh, so you built a cyber range sort of for your model to work in.
Yeah.
And so you built all these applications to live in that cyber range actually working.
Yeah. We're calling it the Novi Gym. So we
the
have
Novi
a gym.
I love it. They're training.
They're training. They're being improved all the time. We're benchmarking it all the time.
So your athlete AIs are training against all these applications.
Exactly.
I love that, dude. That's awesome. Okay, so you mentioned business logic. I want to hit that for a second.
Yeah.
When you say a business logic vulnerability, what do you mean? Because let me explain. When I was a lot younger, I worked at a company where we did business logic work, and it was like, can you stack the coupons? Is the process working? The workflow working properly? Is that what you're talking about, or am I wrong?
So pretty much. I will give you a few real examples. So
Please.
One of our customers is a very big HR system, and they are very focused on specifically on the payroll model.
Okay.
They want to make sure that employee A cannot see the salary of employee B.
Right, it's rude. Yeah, absolutely correct.
Yeah, so this is, for example, a business logic issue that employee A will see the salary of employee B, but it really depends on the role of the employee. Because if I'm the manager, for example, maybe it's okay for me to see the salary
If they're
of my
your
employee.
direct reports, it's totally fine.
Exactly.
If they're not, it's inappropriate.
Exactly.
Okay.
And if you're an HR, VP of HR, then okay, you can see the salary maybe of everyone.
Right.
So this is exactly when it comes, this fine-tuning of the business logic of the specific application and the specific role that you're testing.
Does that change company by company, or is that just the application by application?
So it's changed company by company. Yeah.
Okay. So you have to train not just the application, but that application of potentially 1,000 different companies.
Yeah. So what we are training is in advance the model to be very, very good in finding vulnerabilities.
Okay.
What we are doing when any new interaction with a customer is the ability to really understand the logic of each one of their applications. So we have a full mapper that understands the application, digest the documentation of this application, the Swagger file, and you can even just speak with that. I mean, in prompt way, this is what most important for me. This is the logic that I care about. This is what important for my business.
I like it.
So yeah, so this
that
context.
makes sense.
Sure.
That makes a lot of sense. So you customize via documentation almost, not just for each application, like you read the Swagger file for the API or whatever,
right,
but also for this company, this is what we care about, this is what we don't care about, or care about less, whatever.
Yeah, I will give you more another example. Okay,
please.
So one of our, like we are mapping all of the OWASP, WSTG, different types of vulnerability.
Right.
So one of those categories is user enumeration, like the fact that by default you don't want user A to see all of the other users that you have in your system.
Exactly the same thing we just talked about with payroll. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But you do have some applications that part of the business logic of the application, it is okay that one user will be able to see all of the other users. Let's say Facebook. That's okay.
Good point. Yeah, social media. Yeah.
Yeah, you want to see all of the other users because you want to be their friend. Like this is part of. So in this case, you want to make sure that you're not highlighting user enumeration vulnerabilities in, let's say, a company like Facebook. For them, it's a false positive.
It's deliberate. They want to enumerate the users.
Yeah.
Okay, valid.
This is what I mean. I mean, to understand the business logic of an application. So.
Oh, yeah, good point. That makes so much sense now.
Yeah.
Okay, good example. Thank you. I appreciate that.
So it comes on two folds. One is the ability to really find these type of vulnerabilities.
Right.
But on the other hand, not to spam the user or the customer or the practitioner in false positive issues that, okay, I don't care about it. This is not a problem of mine.
Because you just wasted my time now.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I want to go back to something we said earlier, which was exploitability scanning.
Yeah.
And this is a personal question, personal from me, I should say. I always characterize this as there's vulnerability scanners, there's pen testing, which is a manual pen test to go in and get the gold, if you will.
Yeah.
And then in between, there's an exploitability scanner, which is what most of the AI pen testing services really are.
Yeah.
Okay? And I talk about this, I'll give you my example. I'm very proud. I'm an ex-police officer, so it's a cop walking down a street, and if they shake the door and the door is open, and they close the door and call it in, that's a vulnerability scanner. If they go and they go, all right, and they open the door and they go into the office and they crack the safe and they get the gold and they walk it out, that's a pen test.
Agreed.
Okay?
Yeah.
But somebody that opens the door, steps inside, says, oh yeah, this is not good, walks out, closes the door, and then goes and checks every other door and window is an exploitability scan. Where would you place what you do on that sort of scale?
Yeah, so pretty much all of the above.
Really?
I mean, the exploitability aspect is really, really important.
I agree.
It is very important aspect of what we are doing, but we are also in the business of finding those vulnerabilities, making sure that those vulnerabilities are exploitable, but we're not stopping there right away. I mean, yeah, it is exploitable, but now what can you do with that? So give it the right prioritization, and then what we also provide you is the steps to replicate, and even a script that you can run. So
oh, nice.
Yeah, so the developer themselves can validate this is a true positive. It's not just a false positive.
It's actually reaching the target. It's
exactly.
Okay. And that's I think the difference, because a vulnerability scan is just like 14,000 vulnerabilities long, and you're like, oh God, I got to go through all that.
True.
But a proper exploitability scanner is the holes go all the way through the Swiss cheese. Do you know that analogy?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, the holes go all the way through the Swiss cheese. This is a problem. I'm not going to go steal the information. That's what a pen test does.
Yeah.
But I'm going to tell you where the holes are. I'm going to point you to them, tell you how to get there, how to do it, how to replicate it. And then if you want to test it, that's cool.
Yeah.
But you're the human. You have to tell me, how bad is that?
Exactly. Yeah.
Are we on the same page?
Yeah, but I will add to that part of the uniqueness of what we're building is even not stopping there. So yeah, this is exploitable. You can replicate it by yourself, but then we are personalizing the defense mechanisms. So for example, if I know what your web application firewall, then I can give you specific instructions on how to mitigate. Or if you give me an access to the code, I can give you a specific instructions on how to remediate it.
Are you going to do auto remediation as well, or no?
I guess in the future, I mean, today people still have some trust issues when it comes to full automation, when it comes to AI agents.
But that's possible.
Yeah. Technologically, it's not an issue for us.
Technologically, it's not hard, to be honest with you. But it's a trust issue.
Yeah, definitely.
But providing them with all the steps that they need to do it, that's fine. And then you do that now, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a problem with my web app firewall you mentioned, my WAF. There's a vulnerability in the WAF because I'm a version behind. You're going to give me all the instructions on how to update my WAF or fix the library or do whatever.
Yeah.
Because you've discovered not only that it is vulnerable, but that vulnerability is exploitable and that it is actually exploitable to reach something that I value.
Yeah, and more than that, we will help you. Let's say that you have a specific version of web application firewall. So we can tell you in this specific version, this is how you can mitigate it. If you can upgrade it, you have a better option. And then part of the retesting, the reassessment option is once you're doing it, you can reassess it and check if you really mitigated the issue.
Okay, so that actually, one of the questions that I got, I think is also related to that.
Yeah.
Is that why it's different? What you do is different. Mm-hmm. A real, actual AI exploitability and pen test scan, better than just something with the logo scrubbed off and here's your vulnerability scan as a pen test.
Yeah.
Is that how do you tell?
So, what do you mean? How do you tell?
There's so many pen tests, the term for them is pen test puppy mills.
Okay.
Where they just basically do a vuln scan, they scrub the logo off the front page, like here's your pen test.
Oh, okay.
And it's like, it's so annoying because it's not real.
Yeah.
How do I tell what you do from what they do?
Okay, great question. So, first of all is, in the end, you're seeing the issue that we are able to populate in the system and show you. But more than that, you have full transparency when it comes to what exactly we are doing and why. So after we are mapping the application and analyzing the full application, building a graph of how the application works, we are building something that's called an application knowledge base and test cases. So basically you can see exactly what are all of the test cases that we are doing.
Okay.
What was the objective that the agent put to itself? Why testing this type of authentication, authorization, input validation, etc. And what exactly was full trace about what we tested, what was the response from the server, and if you're okay, and most of the time you're okay on most fronts, you can see exactly what we tried, why we tried, and when we stopped. So we have this full transparency about this is what we did, this is what we didn't find, this is what we did find.
That's pretty good. The full transparency, and you have every step laid out. You have all the mitigation and remediation steps laid out.
Yeah.
Okay, that's much better than a basic scan, man.
It is. It's really different.
Okay, and so let's say I hire your company.
Yeah.
Novi, I love your stuff. I want you to come in and just run a scan. Do you run these scans continuously? What's your recommendation, honestly?
Yeah, so we can run continuously, or you can decide what is the frequency that is relevant for you.
What do most of your customers do?
So for the core applications, our best practice is let's do it continuously, because you're all the time developing those applications.
Yes.
You have new features, you have new capabilities, so...
Wait. Can you do this on custom apps?
Yeah, of course.
No, not of course. Most of the AI pen testers that are out there don't do it on custom apps. They do it on common apps, Office and Salesforce, and not Salesforce, but whatever common apps are out there, they'll work on. Custom apps, a lot of them won't work on. You're telling me you'll do it on custom apps?
Yeah, this is our bread and butter, yeah. I mean,
that's a big difference, man. You should talk about that more, seriously.
Okay. I'm learning here.
Okay, seriously, it's a big difference. What are the limits? What are things that you don't work on?
In what sense?
Do you do OT?
Oh, okay, in that sense. So currently we are very focused on everything related to mapping all of the external exposure, commonly totally black box like real hackers are doing, and then mapping all of your applications, and then getting inside those applications.
Makes sense.
Including if you have chatbot or any AI capabilities inside of those applications.
Oh, you'll do those too?
Yeah, prompt
Lovely.
injection, jailbreaking, yeah.
That's awesome. Honestly, that's one of the biggest things, because as much as everybody's going agentic AI security, having something that is very common sense, and I don't mean any offense, but what you're doing is, it just makes sense.
Okay.
To do that for these AI applications everybody talks about it, not many actually do it.
Yeah, this is the big announcement that we have here at RSA, that we've added the AI penetration testing aspect into the product. So it is a big.
I didn't even know you had an announcement.
Yeah.
Okay, so that you're announcing it now today?
Yeah, exactly.
Fantastic! Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh well, Ido, thanks for joining us today. Yeah. To learn more about Novi Security, including their new announcement, please visit securityweekly.com/NoviRSAC. That's NOVEE RSAC. For full RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Stick around, we'll be back after the break.
Welcome back to RSAC 2026 here on CyberRisk TV. We're live from Broadcast Alley at Moscone West in San Francisco, planet Earth. Who knows? We'll get into as specific as you want because we are wrapping up day number 1. I'm Mike Shima, host of Application Security Weekly, usually with my own top hat. That's where I'm so happy to be. Joining me now to break down the day is Josh Marpet from Security Weekly News and a wonderful top hat. I love it.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we could make this Top Hat Weekly, but sadly we do have to wrap up RSAC. So what stood out to you today from the conference?
So this is my first RSAC. I actually have a first-time pin on my badge.
Okay.
And they didn't give the press much this year, but they gave me the first-time pin. And it was interesting. Honestly, the big thing that stood out to me, there were really two. One was a word, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But one was how much advertising there is around here.
Did you notice that something's going on?
There are stores that have been entirely repainted. I saw the 1Password store, the Deloitte Cyber Hub, the Wiz store. Like they repainted the stores, brought all new furniture in, redid the entire building for a week. And there are LCD screens on trucks being towed around that are for every vendor you can imagine. And there's like a fleet of about 15 Suburbans that got wrapped with a vendor and they're just driving in circles around the conference. Every bus, every store, everything is branded, man.
It's the marketing budgets are back apparently.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, and because I was going to say that usually just during the year we have all of our billboards are this AI, that AI. Whoever bought the .ai TLD, very good investment. But yeah, there's a little bit more of AI plus cybersecurity this year. So speaking of words, is there a word that stood out to you today?
Agentic. Did I say agentic enough? Agentic.
It's a lot
I
of
think
agents.
it was agentic. I'm not sure, but maybe agentic?
It's funny because I've heard guardrails. That's a familiar one.
Valid.
And identity, which is a bit old school. So these are the dusty things. So.
Well, it's not dusty because identity and agentic, they're now talking about the identity of the agentic identity systems. And agentic, stop it. Okay. But seriously, identity is being reborn to do non-human identity. Yeah. And non-human identity is a very, very hot topic right now. Very hot. Because it's not just a service account. It's not just an IDP. It's how are you handling the agentic AI carrying the person's credentials along with it to do the job that it's supposed to do. So identity is reborn. And I get that. I'm okay with that. But man, the agentic AI, it's literally on the staircase right across from us.
We can see this right now.
Yeah,
exactly.
I'm literally looking at secure agentic AI first end-to-end security. Like, oh my God, okay, enough.
Yes, and I think it's obviously not going away.
No.
I was paying attention to the Innovation Sandbox this morning, which is a little bit maybe kind of a bellwether of what we're going to see because it was a list of AI this, AI that. But to break it down a little bit more, it was AI as scams and phishing, okay.
Valid, yeah.
AI as a new source of introducing code vulnerabilities, okay. And then there's a little bit of we're using AI to secure AI. And again, I'm being a little bit hand-wavy of the details. So all these agents are going to stick around.
Well, so you were at the Innovation Sandbox.
So
AI was pretty much the theme of the day.
Theme of the day, and so we actually had on a couple weeks ago Mark Curfey from Crash Override. They were at the Innovation Sandbox, and they were talking about very much that developer orientation. What's being developed? How are they being? How is this code being secured? And I think it was Jordy AI who was the winner, and that was I'm going to quote here: security and governance platform that enables real-time discovery, behavior monitoring, and risk control of. And here you could fill in the blanks.
Agentic AI.
Oh, there you go.
So the winner of the Innovation Sandbox, which is the once a year, you're still going to spend pretty much a buttload of money to be there. I remember, 15 years ago, it was like $18,000 for a 2-foot section of table in the Innovation Sandbox. I don't even want to imagine what it is now. And the winner of this was an AI-powered agentic AI governance platform.
Yes, which I think that's where we are these days.
I agree.
I didn't do my homework. I didn't have time quite yet to go back. Was it 10 years ago? Would have been cloud, security governance in the cloud. 10 years before that, security governance in you're an appliance. I remember when appliances were actually
remember
the big
the
thing
Cobalt
on the
racks
floor.
and the Google search appliances and oh god, sorry, old days. My apologies.
Old days. But it's interesting because sure, we've gone from hardware to spending all of our money on tokens. But a lot of the problems, for as much as we can say agentic,
weird? That's weird. Sorry.
But is it weird? Is it weird or is it frustrating that we're still talking about identity security? We're still talking about vulns and CVEs. Some of the conversations are trying to be changed and move around, but it feels so slow to move a lot of those conversations.
Well, I mean, okay, so, you know, it's interesting because it's slow in certain ways, but very fast in other ways. Actually, I have a talk that I call multicellular security because 30 years ago, every company was its own single-celled organism. And then we stuck superhighways through our perimeters, and we called it the internet. And oh God, it's not 30 years ago, now it's 40 years ago. God, I'm getting old, too fast. But the point is, we now have supply chains and value chains that are monstrously complex, and now they're even more complex because of agentic AI. And the agentic AI and the identity and everything else, it's legitimate that they're bringing these categories back. But what's interesting to me is how they're presenting them as brand new problems. And I don't agree with that. What do you think?
Yeah, I think some of the things that I look at that are, especially from an AppSec angle, this is where AppSec failed. Like that's, if we're talking about...
You gotta tell me that.
Why do we have so many CVEs? Like CVEs are a great. I think there's 320,000 of them since they started counting in 1999, which you could point to say that's 320,000 examples of humans wrote some bad code, and who knows, we'll have 320,000 in 2027 because agents are writing so much more code. Speed right there.
Right.
But the point I would try to make there, and is if we're going to go walk on the vendor floor as it opens up this afternoon or tomorrow, how many vendors are still trying to beat the flag, beat the drum of too many CVEs, deal with the CVEs, versus change a little bit of that conversation to, well, let's talk about identity. How come we didn't have a good passkeys? How come we didn't have a strong phishing resistant implementation? Or how come we not, why aren't we talking about a secure design fundamentally? Like why did cross-site scripting still sneak in here? And that's going to be my soapbox. Yeah.
No. I agree with you. Why aren't we doing, secure by design? People laugh at it, but it's a valid idea. If you write secure code, if you make that a priority of writing secure code, not just get the code out the door fast, okay, you're going to have a lot better day. Let's be honest. Well, you might have a better day with getting the code out fast, but you're going to have a better month and a better year with secure code. And that's kind of the point. But I don't think we have the breadth of vision or the depth of vision to turn out as a matter of course, secure code every day, every week, every month, every year. And that, I think, is the biggest problem. So they had to not regulate it, not regiment it, but sort of nudge people. You should do secure by design. You should do secure by design. So now it's the time to do predictions.
Oh no. Okay.
When will secure by design, we'll do it easy first, start off. When will secure by design be mandatory?
Well, as a host, I'm going to answer the question I want to answer rather than the one you asked.
You are, of course, a professional host, sir.
But the funny thing, because you said the secure by design idea, and the idea has been around a long time.
It has.
And even mandatory, there have been hints a bit in terms of like the FCC had a trust mark, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, they do. They do actually, still do.
And
and the
part of that
FTC
are
standards and all kinds.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's things that are kind of making it mandatory-isk, I will say, or the language is getting into regulation.
Ish. Yeah.
But the reason I've delayed my answer there is that we haven't actually seen it strongly in practice. And this is where hopefully, for as much as I'm going to make fun of all the agentic AI that's staring at me, as you pointed out, on these stairwells, these escalators, hopefully the markdown that people are writing, the markdown will say, here is the design I want you to use.
Right.
Use the old school version of use the React framework so we don't have to worry about cross-site scripting, but use this that is process isolation. Or I'm not even going to care about the programming language you use. I'm going to care about make the authorizations decisions over here and be very strict. So I'm trying not to get too technical and nerdy, but that's what I'm hoping for.
You're saying, if I hear you correctly, you're saying take the ideas and the method and the practices of secure design, of proper secure code.
Right.
Not what code to write.
Yes.
But I want you to write good code. I want you to write secure code. I want you to write modular code. I want you to write code that's easy to maintain. I want you to write code that is secure, using secure languages and secure choices.
Okay.
And do the right thing. Do the needful. You're going to write this do the needful prompt, man. and it's going to churn out code that is secure by the first practices, first principles. That's it.
And yeah, I think, and that's, I guess, I've turned it less into a desire and more of a wish. This is my wish for maybe the end of 2026. And the reason I'll say it's a wish is that, we've tried with humans, and here I'll say October, our Cybersecurity Awareness Month. Let's please, Josh, will you sit through my PowerPoint slide? Yeah, okay, sorry. That's why we've been failing. So maybe the agents, there will be something there. We can get them to have some knowledge of design that gets executed and implemented. So,
you know what? Yeah. I'm going to interrupt you because I actually have something I want to talk about for a second.
Bring it in.
And it's a little off of a recap. I apologize, but I actually did an interview at OWASP AppSec Global, and it was with the head of Mod Security.
Oh, okay.
And he said the word developer is going to be changing over the next 2 to 3 years.
Yeah.
He said developer used to mean somebody who writes code, and then it meant somebody who Legoed code together and glued code together. Right. I said, okay. He goes, in 2 to 3 years, it's going to mean somebody who decomposes the problem of what you need to do and feeds that and explains that to an LLM, which then writes the code. And then the human checks the code to make sure it works and it's written properly. But if you take that step of the LLM writing the code and put in sort of like a boilerplate piece of the prompt, you will write secure code. You will write code that does this and does that and does these first principles we're talking about. Wouldn't that mean that by design you're going to turn out proper code in the like doing this?
I really hope so, and I think
this is what you're saying. Yes,
yes, and that's what. And thank you for being more eloquent than I am for that.
No. I've just been thinking about this.
But the point there you're making too is that just writing the code, generating the code, that's not really that's not what we need the humans to do. The humans are just writing the lines of code. The humans are thinking like, as you said,
what do I need to do?
Is this maintainable? Is this secure by design? Do I have to worry about this over a weekend? Or even just, am I comfortable making a release on a Friday afternoon because I have like observability, I can roll back.
Read only Friday, man. Read only Friday.
So that's a good test right there. So yeah. So
please don't test on Fridays, everybody. Just being clear.
So I burned a lot of time there on my prediction-ish. I'll squeeze that.
Oh no, I like it.
Do you have a prediction as well?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
What's yours?
I think that the interesting thing here is that what I'm seeing at RSA 2026 is that agentic AI, yes, it's a massive focus here.
Yep.
And a lot of it, let's be honest, a lot of it is AI washing. Just as we've had greenwashing and cloud washing, we have AI washing.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you right now, there's a lot of AI washing going on. But there's a lot of companies that are really thinking through what it means to have an assistant that can think and help you do your job. And it's fascinating seeing some of the directions they're taking it in. So my prediction is that RSAC 2027 is going to be even bigger because the companies that are going to be here are not going to be, let us show you our new AI. It's going to be, let us show you the new class of problems that we can solve using the AI. Entirely new classes of problems. And we're going to start seeing some classes of problems be left behind.
That would be lovely. And that left behind is that part of that secure by design aspect.
Right.
So you'll get my applause from that should it happen. And I think the other thing there that we really emphasize is that RSA 2027 hopefully will be bigger because you and I, humans, we're still talking about security and we're still building secure systems for humans. Humans are still doing a lot of the thinking about what that design should be. So
yeah, I don't think we're going to stop talking about security for quite a long time, my friend.
Not quite a long time, exactly. Well, Josh, we also could have predicted that our time is going to have to come to an end. So we only have so much, but I want to say thank you so much for helping me wrap up what day one of RSAC has been like. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. If you missed any of today's conversation or want to dive deeper, head over to securityweekly.com/RSAC. You can find all of our coverage for today, as well as the entire week. We'll be back tomorrow with more interviews right here from Broadcast Alley. Thank you so much.